Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech Expert Training on Workday Calculated Fields. In this course, you will gain mastery over creating and configuring calculated fields in Workday, unlocking powerful data analysis capabilities. We will delve into the fundamentals of calculated fields, exploring their structure, syntax, and best practices for design. You will learn how to leverage Workday's extensive library of functions and operators to derive insightful metrics from your HR, finance, and operational data. From basic arithmetic calculations to complex conditional logic, we will equip you with the skills to build calculated fields that meet your organization's unique reporting and analytics needs. You will also discover techniques for optimizing performance and ensuring data integrity. With ZaranTech's real-world expertise, you will emerge as a Workday Calculated Fields Pro, empowered to drive data-driven decision-making and unlock valuable insights for your business. Join us and unlock the full potential of Workday's calculated fields. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Calculated Fields Overview. Characteristics of calculated fields. Global calculated fields. Increment or decrement date. Planning calculated fields. Arithmetic calculation. Lookup related value. Lookup hierarchy. Let's dive into the video now.
One of the key elements in the Workday space, which is calculated fields. The agenda is to basically get you familiarized with calculated fields, so that you can get market ready to start working with calculated fields and actually get you more comfortable with this particular aspect of Workday. So calculated fields is going to be one of the most important sections, which, since it is not binded by one particular source, so it can be used into multiple areas of Workday. So I want to run it in a way where we can just get the summary of what it is and then move to the tenant to basically also see how it goes live into the tenant also. So I am currently logged into one of the implementation tenants as well, the DPD tenant, and we'll be running through each of the things that we will study as part of the PPT, right? We'll be going into the tenant and basically doing it as well to get the more clarified version of the particular thing that we have learned. To get started, this is the disclaimer. Then I'll move to the agenda. So as part of today's agenda, I want to cover what is calculated fields, what are the characteristics of calculated fields, and there are two types of calculated fields that we'll see as a whole, which is a system-wide, and another one is a report-specific calculated fields. So we'll go through both the types, and maybe if the time permits, we'll also see different types of calculated fields as well. So Workday provides a whole set of calculated fields based on the requirements. So we can always just run through the types as well if the time permits today. Okay. Before actually going into the calculated fields, I just want to talk about Workday as a whole. So Workday is an cloud-based financial management and HCM software vendor. It was founded in March 2005 and launched in November 2006. Workday has evolved over the time. Now it has included several other parts of spend management, and it has more the analytics part of things as well very recently too. So over the time, Workday has been one-stop solution for not just financial or the HCM, but it also has been helping the clients with their analytics and the spend management portion as well. Founded by David DeField and Anil Busri, and Workday is evolving as we speak, and it has been growing, day and night. And we'll be, as part of this particular session, we'll be covering one of the key aspects of calculated fields, because, as I said, cal fields literally touches kind of every aspects of Workday. So even if you talk about finance or HCM or the reporting or the business processes, uh, calculated fields are being used in a manner where where uh, it has a role to play in evaluating values. We'll see how it as we go along with the session. So to basically define calculated fields, so as the name suggests, right, the fields in Workday which are created for the purpose of calculating values based on the logics that we will define, and then it will reflect back as a field. So as a whole, if you just divide these two terms of calculated fields, it is calculated based on the manipulation and transformations we will do based on the logics we'll put, and then actually reflecting back as a particular field is what we call calculated field. So if you have ever had a chance to see the vendors, the other uh, uh, other platforms like SAP or SuccessFactors or PeopleSoft in the past, these platforms had a very complex process to extract values from their uh, from their existing, let's say, database, right? But with Workday, calculated fields have made the whole job pretty smooth, and now anyone with the functional expertise can actually go in and extract values from Workday's database based on the logics that we can actually put in place. So we'll be actually seeing, and you'll get the more feel of it once we get move to the tenant and actually start doing it. But for a fact, just look at it in a way where we are extracting values from Workday's database, and then with the calculated fields, we have the permissions to manipulate it, and put our logics to it as well. For example, if I want to look at uh, if a manager is having a requirement to know his co-worker's birthday before one day prior, right? So that he can just make some arrangements. That can be achieved by calculated fields, where I pull up my co-worker's birth date minus one is what the manipulation I'll do, and I'll extract that value and put it in some kind of a report, so that when I run the report, I'll be able to actually know that which co-worker's birthday will be coming up next, right? So that's one example of it, and we can have, again, several different examples. But calculated fields are used in a manner where we use the existing values of Workday, manipulate them, and basically put them in a field to be used further down in any reports or business processes or anywhere else. Some uses of calculated fields. The one example that I gave of date calculations, where you can actually calculate date from the existing values which they're in Workday. You can do math calculations somewhere like I am, I'm going to sum up my whole CTC, right, which includes my base pay plus bonus. So if I want to reflect that into a particular single field, I can do that using calculated fields, where I put a math calculation saying bonus plus my base pay provides me the total pay, right? So I can do math calculations and just put them into a single field, let's say as total pay. I can do concatenation, I can do substrings, I can do formatting. So if let's say I'm only looking to pull the first three letters of a particular name, the first name of a user, I can do a substring. If let's say a user has entered the name into the without capitalizing his first character of the name. I can do it using the formatting, where I can format the particular date, text field, the name text field, to look into a manner where it is formatted to look in the right format that I want. um, Convert currency fields, I'll always have option to convert from one currency to another using this calculate fields. um, I can use range bands for numeric and currency fields. So if I want to actually have a logic built on a particular range of fields, I can do it using the range bands calculate fields that we'll see. Determine if a condition is true or not. Again, let's say if I want to very specifically call out in a report that please bring out all the employees with a dependent less than, who has a dependent greater than 2, right, who has more than 2 dependents, then bring me true, otherwise false. Something like that, right? If I want to have a condition which says true or false, then I can basically extract out that particular value based on the condition that I'll say that can workers dependents greater than 2, bring out true for me. So I can do something like this as well, and we'll see more of it when we move to the tenant. Sum, count, and aggregate, another type of calculated fields where we can sum two values. I want to sum. So if let's say I'm filing, I use Workday Finance as a module as well, and there are 10 expenses like mobile reimbursement, gym reimbursement, reimbursements, and all those. And I want to sum my whole expenses that I've filed for over the year. I can do the sum. I can count the number of expenses I do, and these all can be possible using the instance related calculated fields. Lookup values in related to objects. This is pretty important, and lookup related values are uh, where I want to. So we'll get into the concept of what is a business object, what is related business object. So you can basically so Workday is basically design an object based structure. So every particular data set is tied to a particular business object, and they are all being formed in a manner of tree where one business object is connected to another business objects. So you will have the flexibility to extract out values from one business object to another business object using these lookup values in related objects. So we'll see how we can actually pull out values from one business object to another business object using the lookup values. And this is very critical because these are the values which is not readily available. When you design a report, right, you will have to you'll have the requirements to extract values from another business object which is not readily available. That's where the Workday calculated fields kicks in, and that's where I see most of the benefits while creating reports. Um, so uses of calculated fields, we have already discussed this. Calculated fields can be used as part of the custom reports. So if you are building out reports for the business use or the integration use as well, you will have the option to use calculated fields as part of a custom report. Um, it can also be used as a prompt. So while running the report, I I want to actually have a particular prompt at the first place, which which takes in a value of anything, right? That brings out employees whose birthday is greater than 2000, right? 2000. So I'll put a prompt there, which will take in the date field, and based on the field that I'm putting, I'll get my values as part of the report. Again, it could be a part of the prompt, it could be a part of the filter directly. So as part of the reporting, we'll see that there is a filter tab as well, which takes in the values and it filters out results based on the what values we'll give. And accessing data from the primary subjects. So I've talked about it in the last section of lookup values, where we extract out values from the primary business object. From one business object to another business object, right? So if I want to extract out values from another business object. So, one example that I can give is I am now dealing with workers' data, but I now somehow has a requirement to pull data from the expenses of that worker. So these are two different business objects we're talking about. One is worker, one is expense, right? So if I have to somehow connect them and reflect this data for a worker uh, and through the expenses, then that's where the cal fields will come in, where I'll be actually looking at the lookup value field to access data from a primary business object, so that it basically comes into the same report as a whole. This can only be understandable once we move to the tenant and see, but just understand that we will have the flexibility to push data from other data sources as well using the calculated field when it comes to Workday reporting. Workday, as part of those business processes as well. So if you have seen a business process in Workday, you have realized that we have a option to add condition steps. So condition steps are the steps which basically tells you that does this particular step, right, runs or it should not run, right? So you put a condition saying that, let's say, only send approval to expense managers if the base pay is exceeding maybe let's say $100,000. So if the total base pay is greater than $100,000 for an employee, send an approval step to the expense manager. Otherwise, don't send it. So we can create a whole condition, the true and false condition, right? We have talked about. So you can create a true and false condition saying total base pay greater than $100,000. If yes, send it to expense manager. If no, skip the step as a whole. So we can have more control over of our business processes if you put a condition step over it. So we'll learn again more about it once we move to the tenant. As part of the integrations, right? So while you run an integration, there are prompts just like what we have in reports, and the integrations can actually run on actually extract values real time. So you can use those particular cal fields to extract out values and run it as per your need. So if I want to run an integration which takes in a value based on the last successful integration run, let's say an example, right? I can create a calculated field which looks at the last integration run and then just basically pull out that value, and based on that we'll have our basically integration running and fetching the values. Also, one thing I want to tell you is cal fields fetch their data real time. So it's not like these values are stored already as part of the cal fields. So every cal field when evaluated is collecting its data real time, right? And that also makes us little sensitive about the creation part of it. So since it's real time, we want to make our cal fields as optimized as possible, and also we'll look at the hacks of how we can actually utilize the existing calculated fields instead of creating new ones. So when there is an option to use the existing calculated fields as part of our reports or any other process, like any other place as well, it's always better to use the existing ones rather than moving on to create a new one, because again, creating a new one will only create an overhead and it will put a lot of issues because you're only increasing the data load by creating new cal fields. So we have to understand that even though we are creating calculated fields, it has to be created in a more optimized format. And if possible, we have to use the one which is already there in the tenant instead of creating new ones. So we'll look at all the factors while we create calculated fields. Another place where you can use a calculated field is the scheduling, right? So as part of our reports and integrations, you will always have, let's say, a report running daily. As one example I gave you is about the birth date thing. So I want the managers to be notified of their their reportees, right? Birth date every single day. So I can schedule a recurring process using a calculated field, which tells a manager using a Workday report that your your reportee's birthday is tomorrow. So we can schedule a particular report and put a condition saying that if the workers reportee's birthday is tomorrow, send out an alert based on the output that you get on the report. So we can do all these things using calculated fields. Again, we have already discussed this, but these are the few characteristics of a calculated fields. They are always calculated at runtime. They are always associated with a business object, and it is based on the existing data. Workday calculated fields doesn't manipulate data. The only thing that calculated fields do is they retrieve data. So they don't so let's say if we look at the whole data in Workday as a database, so we only have options to retrieve it and not modify the data. So every time you run a calc field, the data is extracted from that database. And if you look at the whole Workday system as an as a tree format, then it's associated with the business object, and the data which is there in the database will be extracted out. So these are the three main characters of the calculated fields, and we'll be seeing that how these values are basically calculated. Now, coming to the first topic of the day is the two types of calculated fields. One is the system-wide, another one is the report-specific calculated fields. So what do we really mean by system-wide and report-specific calculated fields? So system-wide fields are the, as the name suggests, are the fields which can be used anywhere, right? So if I want to use a calculated field as part of another report, or if I want to use a calculated field as part of a business process that I'm creating, that is already there, I will have the flexibility to use the existing calculated fields created by me or any other user if it's created in the system-wide format. They are not specific to a particular report. They are not binded by a particular report, and they can be reused into different reports and processes. So, as I was saying, right, there is there's a standard way of how do you approach creating a cal fields. One is, the first thing is to look out if it really already exists. If it already exists, then the best thing is to reuse that calculated field. And you will only be able to reuse a calculated field if it's system-wide in its nature. So what I mean is, I'll just move to the tenant really quick. So if you'll use the task of create calculated field, right? The calculated field that I create from here will be global in nature, will be created as a tenant wide. Okay. While if I'll very quickly just create a report. So if I, this is one sample, one field that I've created, right? So if you have seen here, sorry, I have to go back to that again. So I'm on a report, right? So if I'll go here and from the related action of this, if I'll go to this calculate field for report. So if you see, if I'll click on this, right, this is creating a calculated field for report. The report name is test. What it says is this particular field that I'm going to create, right? The cal field that I am creating is very specific to this particular report. And it doesn't allow me to used by any other report. So it's not created in a system-wide environment. It's not created in a global environment. We are creating a cal field very specific for this particular thing only. So again, coming back to the point is a system-wide can be used into multiple reports, and the one which is created specific for a report can only be used as part of that particular report. It can't be used outside. So so the question comes is, what is the need of having a report specific cal fields when you can always create it in a global environment? So, while creating a system-wide cal fields, the major drawback is it is available for everyone to modify, right? I can modify a calculated field if it's global in nature, and if it's being used by, let's say, 10 other repos, right? The value of the all 10 will change. Whereas if I'm creating a particular cal field very specific to a report, I as an owner will have the right permissions to basically, edit those fields associated with that report. So so when you basically have a report specific calculated field, it gives you more control over it. But it has to be a special scenario when you create it, right? If you are doing a lot of mathematics and if you're creating a calculated field values which is very sensitive, right, you don't want it to be changed by any other user, then that's the only case where you create a report specific calculated fields, because report specific calculated fields cannot be reused. It is very specific to that report, and this report specific calculated fields will only be used if there are special business case scenarios. That's the only purpose of it. As I said, when you create a report specific calculated field, it doesn't allow other users to edit it or make modifications to it. So that's the advantage we carry. Whereas in most other cases, a system-wide one is being used into multiple places, and we have seen that happening, right? When you while we modify an existing cal fields, you have to make sure that it is not used by any other reports, because if you change the whole logic of it, the 10 other reports which are using the same system-wide calculate fields will have the new logic implemented, and that could really make a difference to the whole result of what the report was giving, right? So we have to very specific about what we are doing as part of the calculate fields.
Hi there. Do you ever feel like you are drowning in data at work? Introducing our brand new Workday Calculated Fields course. This course is designed to help you master the art of calculated fields in Workday, one of the most powerful and widely used cloud-based HR and finance software platforms. With calculated fields, you can automate complex calculations, streamline your reporting processes, and make data-driven decisions with ease. No more headaches, no more errors, and no more wasted time. In this comprehensive course, you will learn everything you need to know about calculated fields, from basic concepts to advanced techniques. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step through real-world examples, hands-on exercises, and practical tips to help you become a Workday Calculated Fields Pro. And the best part? Our course is designed to be self-paced, so you can learn at your convenience, whether you are a full-time professional or a busy student. Don't just take our word for it. Check out the testimonials from our satisfied students. They will tell you how our course has transformed their careers and helped them unlock the full potential of Workday. So, what are you waiting for? Enroll in our Workday Calculated Fields course today and take the first step towards becoming a data-driven rockstar. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
Going through two types of calculated fields. There are different functions that we can do with calculated fields, including date manipulations, text formattings, all the other stuff. We'll be going a deep dive into what are those functions and how we can manipulate the data. So little disclaimer before we move ahead. We have looked at the two type of calculated fields yesterday, global and report specific. So the global ones are which are available, tenant wide, not specific to a report, and the report specific ones are the one which can only be used as part of the report they are defined into. The second topic will be numeric constants. So there will be requirement for you to create constant values as part of your reporting needs. So if I have to bring out a value, let's say 34 every time in front of an employee, right? So I need to first create a numeric constant to basically put it up as part of my reporting. So we'll look into how we create the numeric constants. Then there's increment or decrement date. We have talked about this. If I have a requirement to find out a person's birth date -1. So these type of calculations can be done using the increment or decrement date functionality, where you can basically manipulate the existing Workday date fields, and you can either add to those dates or you can decrease to those dates as well. So we can do all sort of functions on that. Then there is date difference. So this is going to be a field which will basically gives you the difference between two dates. So as the name suggests, right? So it takes in a date 1 and then it takes a date 2. So if let's say I have a requirement to figure out what is the current tenure of the person of one particular employee, right? So the date 1 can be the current date, the date we are in, minus the date of the hire, right? The hire date. So that will give you the tenure of that particular employee. And there is more to it about how do you want to reflect? Do you want to reflect in days, months, or years, or how do you want to reflect it? So that functionality we also see while we look at date difference. Then there is substring text is pretty straightforward. If I want to capture only first 3 letters, or let's say first 4 letters of a particular text, then I can define those start points and end points that I want to start fetching a value which starts at 0.0 or 0.1 and then ends at 0.4. So I'll be able to substring it based on the requirement I have. Then there is text length. Text length is if I have a requirement to basically figure out that the last name cannot be more than 10 characters long, right? So I have to pull out all the employees which have a last name greater than 10 characters. So the text length will basically help me recognize which are those texts or which are those fields which have a particular last name greater than 10. So these are the fields that we'll cover today, and you'll normally find this being used as part of your day-to-day activities, day-to-day reporting needs. And to start with, there is so we have seen yesterday that every particular calculated field is associated with a business object, right? So once you do a create calculated field, there are three things which are asked. One is the name of the field. The second one is the business object. And the third one is the function that it associates with, right? So the second field, right? I'm very specific about the second field known as the business object. So as we have been talking about it, every calculated field currently is needs to have a business object attached to it, and business object basically defines that what type of data that will be extracted out once you do any kind of manipulations to it. Whereas there are certain fields which are not associated with any of the business objects, and we call them as a global business object. So the global business objects are, as the name suggests, are global in nature. And it can be both. It can be the work delivered fields or can be the calculated fields. Uh, the good thing about the global business object is it doesn't is it's not restricted uh, with any other business object, right? So what it means is, if I am building a report with a data, so primary data source being a worker, right? I'll still have the flexibility to pull calculated fields with global business object associated with them. If let's say I'm creating a a report with on expense reports, I can't pull data from worker business object, but I will always be able to pull fields which are associated with global business objects. So as the name suggests, the global business objects are available for any business objects and are visible to all users. Uh, so normally, what type of fields are global calculated fields? So the fields that can be not specific to any particular business object. So values like 1, 23, a single space, something called as is true, or the currency called USD, right? Uh, these kind of fields are not specific to any of the business objects. So a value of 23, right? It's not telling me that this has to be associated with a worker or it has to be associated with an expense. It just tells me that it's a constant value of 23. So we can put this into a bucket of global business calculated field so that it can be used by reports which are specific to any of the business objects, being worker, expense, financials, or anything, right? So when you create a global calculated field, you have to you have to basically see why we are creating it. What is is it very generic in a way where the values that that this particular field will give can be used tenant-wide with any of the other field. So this should be the thought in your mind when you create fields like that. So I'll just go and I'll just run through the same thing in the tenant, and I'll just show you how does it look like how does basically the cal fields created in global space will look like. So if I'll go to a task, right, the create calculated field, it gives me the three things again. I'm gonna give a field name called, let's say, numeric constant, or maybe text constant. Okay, text constant. JT. Okay, let's say this. And now it's asked me for business object. So I can have, too many business objects to choose from, but Since I'm creating a text constant, right, I will be looking at the global business object. So this here you see the global business object. If I'll choose this one, right, now I'm basically indicating that the text constant field that I'm creating can be used with any of the business objects. It's not specific to one of the business object. It can be associated with anyone. And what function I'm looking at? I'm looking at text constant. So if we'll scroll down, here it is, the text constant. And so, I'll create a constant called, let's say, today. I click OK. So I've just created one business object, one calculated field called text constant JT with a business object being global. You will see that when I try to create reports and try and pull this field, this particular field will be available to pull in any of the reports, regardless of what data source I'm taking, what primary business objects I'm working with. So that's the advantage of having a global business object, that it doesn't tie back to any business objects. Okay, so the second type of new calculated fields I want to talk about is the numeric constants. Just like what we have seen with text constants here, the numeric constants function is used to basically assign a numeric value to a calculated field. This particular calculated field and this particular constant value can be a positive numeric value and can be a negative numeric value as well. It can be something with the decimals, and it can be without decimals again. It is solely depends on what requirements do I have. Numeric constants are normally built out of the global business objects, because they see numeric values doesn't tie back to anything, right? I can use one as part of, anything, right? I can use it as part of my reporting that I'm doing for workers. It can tie back to a condition rule that I'm making for a business process. So it doesn't tie back to any of the business objects, right? So normally when you create a numeric constant, it basically have a global business object being used. Uh, to just run you through this, if you go to create calculated field again, let's say if I want to create a numeric constant of 5,000. So, and I'll take the business object being global again, the same reason, because the numeric constant value of 5,000 can be used anywhere, not specific to a particular business object. And now we are looking at numeric constant, the function called numeric constant. Yeah. So this numeric constant will assign a value of 5,000, but it could be anything, right? Based on your requirements. If I have to show -1,000 or -10,000.001 and anything. So this will basically hold the value that will provide as part of this particular text area. And once I click OK, you have a new calculated field created with the numeric value of 5,000. And this is created off the global business object, so it will be readily available to be picked by any of the data sources. Okay. Moving on to the next one, it's the increment or decrement date. The increment or decrement date is normally used to basically add or subtract to an existing date value. So the birth date of a user, but another example could be the hire date of the user. if I have to notify my manager that uh, the manager comes up with a business case saying, give me a list of all users who have completed 1+ years in the current organization. So this is how this particular field we can use, where we can use a source being the hire date, and then we can basically add an years as well to it to see uh, who are the one that have basically being above 1 year or below 1 year. Other example could be uh, if I have to set a validity, right? The one example that I'm seeing is the credit verification renewal date. So every employee has a credit verification renewal date 1 year post their original verification date. So they have to renew their verification after every year or after 1 year. So you can take the source field being the credit verification date, add 1 year to it, and then you will find that it will give you the value of the next year as needed. Uh, we'll see it in action. Um, so I'll stick to the. So now this can't be global, right? This is very specific because the date fields are tied to a particular business objects. If I'm talking about birth date, it's tied back to the worker, right? Uh, so here we have to take the business object being a worker. Field name will be being very specific. And I think this should be a good habit to start as well. Our calculated fields names should be well defined so that once you or somebody else tries and uses the fields, they'll be able to gather all the information as part of the field name itself. So normally what I recommend is to define the type of field it is. So we are using as date increment, right? You can maybe use a short form as well if needed. Uh, date increment decrement. And then what does it tell you? So we are looking at birth date minus 1. Let's do that. Okay. So requirement is we are doing a date increment decrement, and we are trying to fetch the birth date of a user minus the 1 date. Okay, so what function we'll be using? We'll be using increment or decrement date. Okay. So moving on to the field, this is the source field. And as per the business case, we have to find out the birth date minus 1 date of the user. So in here, we'll try and search for birth date. Let's see what comes up. Okay, it says date of birth. I look very quickly, look it up. It's a constant field, date constant. I don't want that. I look at the second one. It's called date of birth, worker. This is the work delivered field. Okay, so you don't have. So you see the bad thing is if you look at it, you'll be like, this is the one, right? You can't just tell it, but you have to go deep into it and see which is the one which is delivered by Workday. So whenever it says report field, that's what it is delivered by Workday. Then it's always tied back to a business object as well. When it's an calculated field, it is always going to be calculated field and the type of field it is. So we'll be taking the second one because that's the one we need. We don't want a text constant. We want the original date of birth that is extracted out of the business object of worker. So I'll take this one. What do you want to do? Do you want to add a subtract years? No. Do you want to add a subtract months? No. Do you want to add a subtract days? Yes, that's what I need, right? So what do I need to do? I need to minus 1 to it. So I'll just quickly search minus 1 here. And here you go. You have a report field, global in nature, and it's a numeric constant minus 1. Yeah, that's what I need. So I'll click here. The last option of return blank data on error. Why is it there, right? So let's say a particular employee, when entered in Workday, doesn't have a date of birth at all. right? It's not entered. So this particular field value is literally empty for him. So when you do a calculation from an empty field and you'll try to minus 1 to an empty field, it's going to throw us an error on the report. And you don't want that. So we'll check this saying that if it's an error, return me a blank data. Don't return me an error, because error will basically stop the process and it will not allow the report to even run. So we should check this so that if it runs into error, then it just throws in a blank value. Cool. So we have created a calculated field called date increment decrement birth date -1. It takes the source field as date of birth, and then what we are doing is we are decrement 1 to it, and also we'll be making sure that it doesn't run into errors if it's a blank date of birth for a few employees. So we'll check this. To see this in action, I'll go back to the report that we created yesterday. The good way to look at the report is use this task called view custom reports. And we created this report called test report. Okay. No, this is not that. No worries. I'll just use this one report particularly for now, and I'll just tell you how it particular field looks like. Okay. It will just give you a whole prompt saying that we can't run this report because there is an error on it, right? It doesn't specifically tell you that this is the report, this is the worker which has an error. So if you'll let's say don't check that uh, particular field, you'll not be able to run your reports. Saying that, there could be a business scenario where they want that do not run a report or do not run output me anything if the worker doesn't have a date of birth. So that's if you're specifically talking about that scenario, yes. But if there are 5,000 employees and 10 of them are missing date of birth, then your report will not give an output for any of them. And we don't want that. We want the report to give us output and throw in blank values for people who doesn't have a date of birth. So coming from that, it could be a it could be a scenario where it is being asked explicitly to throw an error when the value is blank. But normally, if it's not asked, we'll keep it that checked so that our report doesn't run into errors. I'll quickly remove the other fields and I'll be very specific to the one that we created. So I'll take the worker here. And I'll take the one that I'll take the original value of date of birth so that we can really see in action how the increment decrement thing works. Okay. Again, this is the one we need. We don't want the this calculated field. We want this one. Okay. And now we'll take the one that we created. So I'll use the shortcuts, the first 3 letters to really look at our fields. It's called date, increment, decrement, and birth date, right? Yeah, let's see. There you go. This is the one that we created, right? Date, increment, decrement, birth date -1. I'll go to sort, I'll go to filter, nothing in here. Perfect. I'll click OK. Oh, this report is already in the backdate. Okay, we can't use this one. It's already past the date. I'm not sure why it's still here. Cool. I'll really quickly create another one. Hmm. I'm taking yes as a worker for HCM reporting. This is the most generic one, which is full data of worker. So here I have the worker. I'll be pulling the date of birth. Yep. And then we'll be looking at the one that we created. Common date. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. This is this is filter. Okay. I'm going to run it very quickly. So there are 4659 items that I've received. That means we have 4659 employees currently in the system. So this, you see, these are all the employees without a date of birth currently. Even then, the system hasn't run into the errors. So from a functional perspective, I'm expecting that they might not have a date of birth entered as well. Uh, but I'm not going to sort it to see, do we really have values of date of birth here or not? So here you go. Even though we have a lot of employees without a date of birth, the report still ran and it gave us the blank date side. It doesn't reflect anything. But as you'll see here, right, for Betty, the date of birth is this one, but our cal field is giving the day 1 day prior to what's our actual date of birth is. And we can use this report further to basically notify their managers regarding their birth, date of birth, right? One business case that I'm talking about. But yeah, you can create several other calculated fields based on this, where you increment and decrement based on the source field, and then get reflected as part of your reporting. Um, Moving on to the next field type is the date difference. The date difference field is when you are looking at a difference between two date types. So one example that we have is, if I am looking at the tenure of an employee, and I want this tenure to be reflected in, let's say, number of days. So I can use the date difference function, where I'll have two fields. One is the start date field, and another one is the end date field. So start date, I can have something called as the hire date, let's say, and the end date field could be the current date, right? And what I want the value to be returned in days. So if I'll choose in days, I'll get the tenure of this employee in the current organization in number of days. And you can basically have it reflected in the way you want, in years, in days, and minutes, anything. So based on your requirements, you can basically extract out the difference between two dates, and we'll be using those values as part of a reporting and the business condition rules. So when we move forward, uh, again, to see this in action, we'll create a quickly the business case that we discussed. We go to a task called create calculated field. I'm opening up a new tab. Again, I'm going to give it a name of, what is it? It's a date difference. So I'll call it DD. I'll put saying the tenure in days, let's say, right? Tenure is tied up to a worker. So the business object here will be also the worker. And what function I'm looking at date difference. Okay. So the start date will be, we are looking at when the employee is hired, because the tenure can only be from the date of hiring till the current date. So I'm using the hire date. It can also, so let's say if the requirements is tell me the tenure of the employees who have spent 2+ years in the current organization. So here I'll be using the termination date, right? Because termination date, because now the requirement has changed to give me employees which have spent 2+ years in the current organization before they left us. So if the requirements are very specific to that, then we'll be using the end date as the termination date. The current scenario is for all the active employees, give me a list of give me the list of the tenure they are actually in. So what is the how many days they have spent from the date of hiring. So what I'll take here is the current date. Let's see. Okay, so we have a lot of fields. Okay, a lot of fields created. But I think this is the one that will work. Current effective date and time. What it does is returns the effective and date and time that is used when the report field is evaluated, right? This is what we need. We want, whenever we run the report, extract out the effect current date and pull it. Okay, this is, I think this works perfectly for me. So hire date is being the start date and the end date being the current effective date, which is the current date, today's date. I think I can even take today here. So yeah, I can take today as well. Returns today is based on the current date where the user is looking. I think this is something we can take as well. I mean, either of them will work the same way, but you can take as per your need or whatever comes in, in top of your mind that particular time while you're creating it. The tenure in days, right? So we will check in days. I'll also recommend again to check this because let's say if employee doesn't have an hire date, could be anything. It could be a data entry issue and the hire date is not entered for that worker, because today will always access. It's could be the only one field that could error out, right, being the hire date. So we don't want the report to run into errors. So checking this will only help us not having the report go into errors moving forward. So here is our field. I'll add it as part of our report that we created, and we'll see it in action for employees. Okay. I'll quickly add it. Okay, I'm gonna add it here. I'm gonna also add their hire date so that we can see how it looks like. I'm adding the hire date. I'm gonna also add the other field called today. It's gonna be same for everyone, but I'm just adding it. Cool. I can give you a heading over here, says tenure in days. And let's see. I'm gonna run it without a prompt. Let's see. So here you have it, right? You have all these employees with a hire date, with today's date, and what is the tenure as of now. So I think it looks like when the tenant is set up, most of them the same hire date of 7/7/2022. but sorry, higher date of 1/1/2000. But if I have to really see if there are other people, I can pretty much do it this way. Let's see. I'm trying to pull employees which have a higher date after 1/1/2000, so that we can actually see other employees and how the data is being pulled up for them. So uh, these are the other employees with a higher date of 2/1/2008. So the days they have spent is 5 to 7 years so far. Other employees is hired in 2012. They have spent 3713 days so far. So this is how you can basically extract out the number of days, and the date difference field will be used a lot when you run into project scenarios of creating some report fields, you know, uh, finding out the expenses, the difference between the expense entered and expense approved. So you'll have a very different scenarios when it when we'll come down to it. Um, another function that we will be talking about is a substring text. Um, I have seen mostly with reporting needs where uh, the requirement is not to send out name field greater than 5 characters, let's say 10 characters, right? And it's very specific because they use the report output uh, to be manually fed in the other system. So, and the other system doesn't have the capacity to hold values of characters greater than 10 digits. So when you have specific requirements regarding that, if let's say the text is greater than 10 digits, delete the text which is after 10 characters, right? Only I need the first 10 characters. And you will have a lot of other business scenarios where you will have text field, by address is one great example. We'll have, address being used, address being entered, in any form of length. So a user is entering 50 characters as part of their address. So 50 characters as part of the address will only create a lot of significant issues because 50 characters as a whole uh, cannot be, will only increase our data. And we only want the, let's say, the first 20 characters to be displayed, and we don't want the other ones. So while we have business scenarios like this, that's when the substring text comes into play. Again, to run into it, we'll quickly create one calculated field. What we are trying to do, we are trying to substring text, or let's say the address. Address is tied to, again, the worker. So we'll take the worker, and the function we are trying to do is substring. I'll just type it here, substring text. I'll click OK. So when you come here, right, there are 4 fields which we are looking at, and I would like you to please concentrate on this, because this is where it get a little confusing. Text field is the source field, right? I am looking at the address of the user. So address, what address I'll need? I'll take the full address, let's say, right? I'll see what it is. It's a cal field. We don't want it. It's a cal field again. Okay, we don't want this as well. What else? Okay, primary home address. This is the delivered one. Yeah, the primary home address works. So I'm now pulling the primary home address of the user, and I'm trying, and the requirement is to only fetch the first 10 character or 10, you know, uh, 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 only 10 particular words, and then, just neglect everything else. So if you go to the substring type, there are different types that you'll see here. after a delimiter, before a delimiter, between two delimiters, and fixed position. What do we mean by these? Okay, so if you look at this table, you'll see that uh, this is the value that we are receiving as part of the source field, ABC hyphen XYZ. So I want that pull out the value before hyphen wherever. It could be anything, right? It could be 123 hyphen 355, or it could be anything, right? Name hyphen something, right? The requirement is pull out the value which is before the hyphen. So what I will define here is before a delimiter hyphen, and this is the original text, the value that I'll get is ABC. Now I'm defining another delimiter called BC. So anything which is there before BC will be pulled. So in this case, you'll see A being pulled up. So you'll see A here. Another scenario could be a slash where I want the value before the slash to be pulled out always. So as part of date fields, the first slash that you'll receive, right? The date before it, whatever the value, numeric value which will be there before it will be fetched. After the delimiter examples will work the other way. Please note, we are also looking at the direction being forward. So the direction being forward is we are moving from left to right while we do our calculations. So we are always moving from left to right. We are doing our calculations. If I'll take the direction being backward here, right? If I'll take it backward, the whole scenario will start from right to left. Now, if I'll take this as backward, and if I do ABC hyphen XYZ, and now the direction is backward, right? The value that I'll get here is XYZ, not ABC. I hope you understand. So that way we can actually define the specific needs of it. So the after delimiter works in a way where ABC hyphen XYZ, I'm defining delimiter being after delimiter being BC. So any value which is after BC will be pulled over. So we have hyphen XYZ after BC. So we are putting it here. Now it says pull the values after W. We don't have W as part of this text, right? The original text. So it will not return anything. After slash, it will return 04. So that's how you can use this for particular business scenarios. Another one is between. So these whatever we have seen so far is the forward direction things. The backward direction, as I said, is when we are moving from right to left now. So if I'm looking at the example of after delimiter, but I'm now moving in the backward direction, right? So hyphen, I'm moving from right to left, and this is after delimiter. So I am moving from right to left. Here I find the hyphen, and this is give me the value after the delimiter. So it will give me 1 2 1 2.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a valid data source for a calculated field in Workday? Option A, constant. Option B, field reference. Option C, related field reference. Option D, external web service. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hi there. Do you ever feel like you are drowning in data at work? Introducing our brand new Workday Calculated Fields course. This course is designed to help you master the art of calculated fields in Workday, one of the most powerful and widely used cloud-based HR and finance software platforms. With calculated fields, you can automate complex calculations, streamline your reporting processes, and make data-driven decisions with ease. No more headaches, no more errors, and no more wasted time. In this comprehensive course, you will learn everything you need to know about calculated fields, from basic concepts to advanced techniques. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step through real-world examples, hands-on exercises, and practical tips to help you become a Workday Calculated Fields Pro. And the best part? Our course is designed to be self-paced, so you can learn at your convenience, whether you are a full-time professional or a busy student. Don't just take our word for it. Check out the testimonials from our satisfied students. They will tell you how our course has transformed their careers and helped them unlock the full potential of Workday. So, what are you waiting for? Enroll in our Workday Calculated Fields course today and take the first step towards becoming a data-driven rockstar. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
So one thing we have noticed the substring text, as name suggests, is allow us to substring the values, the text fields, or any of the fields in Workday based on the delimiters we set. So there are 4 type of delimiters. One is the before delimiter, after delimiter, between 2 delimiters, and also there's something called as text position. So the first step will be to again use the task create calculated field, and I'm going to create one as substring text, maybe home address, and this is going to be, let's say, first space. Okay, the business object that I'm looking at is worker again, because again, the home address is based off worker, and the function that I'm looking at is substring text. Okay, so if you see here, there are 4 fields that we are looking at: text field, substring type, that is after a delimiter, and the delimiter value, that what should be the criteria to basically substring it, and the direction that we want to move it forward or backwards. So the field that we are looking at is address. Let's see what values we have here. So I think the full address, it's cal field, so we'll not use this one. What are we looking at? We are looking at yeah, primary address full. This is fine. So first we'll be looking at before a delimiter. So as soon as I get a single space, the first space, delimit the text after that. That's what I'm looking at. So before a delimiter says substring the text which is there before this delimiter of single space and move it in the forward direction. So let's see this in action while we actually add this to a report. So we created one report here. I'm going to use that again, which is, what was it? Test AA or something? Oh, JD. We don't have it. Oh, it's here. Okay, so we'll be using the report that we were using to test our fields. So I'm going to just add this report and add a field that we just created. Okay, so I'm going to add the field called as primary address full, which is the main field, just to see that how things actually look like, and the one that we just created as well, which is st home add first place. I've just copied this name and pasted it here. I'm going to run this report. Oh, I don't know into what. I'm sorry, I'm just doing some operations things so that I can have the access to run this. Okay, I should not have the option to move me to run this. So we have added the fields that we just substring and the main field also that we substring, and we'll see in action that how they look like. So if you're seeing it blank, that means that employee doesn't have an address. So I'll just skip these ones and I will just sort it. Okay, now I hope you can see the difference between the two fields. So the XYZ new line Chicago comma space. Now the value after space is now not anymore as part of the field that we have created. XYZ after XYZ there is a new line entered. It's not a space. That's why it's not substring the new line characters. It's just substrings from the delimiter that we have set, which is the space. That's what happens, right, with everyone. If you look at the walls, this one, the wall exterior Chicago. So the first space we have received is here. So anything after this, the first space has not been included, and only the part before the first space is included. So you can basically look at all the other ones. I'll quickly show you one shortcut how to, if I have to really go to my field again. So this is a shortcut that you can use to navigate to your calculated field. It's called CF colon and the name of the calculated field which you created. And I'm gonna just right click this, create it, open this in a new tab. I want to create another one, but apart from the before a delimiter, I want a after a delimiter here. So what best I can do? I can go to the related action of this. Instead of creating whole new thing, I'll have an option to copy this field also. So I'll copy this, give it a new name, SD home address, and what do you call it? After first space. Yeah. And what change I'm doing, I'm just going to change it to after delimiter now. A delimiter will still remain the same. It's called single space. Now we are looking at the same thing, but different way. And the value will be different because now if you look at, let's say, this example, right? It's going to still move in the forward direction, look for the first space, but now it's going to substring the text, which was basically after the delimiter. So it will include only York NY10001 and not XYZ new. So it will basically eliminate this text and leave the other ones. So yeah. So this is what I have just created. I'm going to add it to the report and I'm going to show you how it looks like. I'm going to add this field in middle to give you a better look at it. Okay, I'm running it now. Hmm. I'm just basically sorted this in descending order to see, and it will neglect all the empty ones. Okay, now we have it. So this is the after the delimiter thing, where we have actually eliminated the values of 1, 2, 3 new, and this is the uh, before the delimiter thing. So the delimiter here we have defined a single space. So look at it in a manner, and we're moving in the forward direction. So we have defined the direction also. If you go back to this field, we have defined the direction. So direction tells us that when you start to search for the delimiter, move it in the direction of forward. So forward is moving from here. We move here, 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 here. First space. Yeah, now I have the first space. What action do you want to take? The action is after that delimiter substring the text. So this is the after one. So anything which is after a single space will be pulled in. In the other field, we are looking at still the same thing, but this is now called as before the delimiter. So anything which is before the delimiter, which is our single space, pull the field. And now it will be reflected here. So I hope you get the difference between both the two of them. There are two other things we can do is, defining two delimiter types. We have seen this as part of us slides yesterday, where you can define a start delimiter and end delimiter. So anything which is between those two will be included. It looks for the first occurrence of these two based on the direction that you define. I mean, look at from the start of it or look at from the backwards direction, so you can define it. And that will something that I'll leave up to you to basically see when you go into the tenant. Choose a substring type as between delimiter, or there's another one which is called fixed length, where you define the starting position and then you define the uh, let's say the amount of digits you want to substring. So if you define it 10, then it will substring the 10 of them. So I will really encourage you to go ahead and test the other two as well, so that you can get a feel of how do you actually do it. You can also play around with the directions from forward to backwards, and you will see in action that when you move it to backwards, the substring will start from the end of the line, end of the characters, and then it moves in the backward direction and search for the delimiter value. Single space in this case could be open bracket in your case, and so on. So yeah, I mean, that's something that you can try it out once you get access to the tenant. And if you already have the access to the tenant, you can just try it out. Okay, moving on to the next type of function, and this is a function which is widely used again. This function is called text length. You will see that text lengths are normally being used when we are trying to see the amount of digits of amount of characters that has been used. So so text length will, as you're seeing over here as well, um, this is the primary address line 1 with a value of 10 Pine Street. So how many characters with spaces does this have? So the length is 14 here. Then the next one is this one, the 18. So whenever you are asked to provide the length of the text field, which is present, use the text length feature. And this comes in handy at times, when there's a restriction you want to set on the primary address line, the length. So if you want to set a restriction that you can't enter primary address line 1 greater than 12 characters including spaces, that's how it comes handy. So I think you have seen it, these validations before as well, right? Where you are trying to enter something, but it doesn't allow you because either you have entered it either less than what is recommended or more than what is recommended. So when these type of validations you have to create, where you want to either know how many characters are being entered, or you want to know, you want to set a restriction of how many you should enter, minimum or maximum, that's where the text length comes in. I'll not pull this in a report and tell you how it looks like, but we'll just quickly create one to just see how it looks when we try to create one. So the business object will, again, I'll take as worker. The field name that I'll do is text length. What do you call it? Home address length. Okay, let's look at that. Sorry. And the function that I'm trying to perform here is I can just search it out. Another way to pull it, text length. Okay, I'll click OK. Okay, what field? It's as simple as that. What field, length I want to check. So I'm looking at address, primary address for, right, the one thing we are using. Primary address and full. Okay. So this is what I'm trying to pull. So when things will be evaluated, right, you will see that this is the address. It will just give you the value of number of characters, including spaces this particular field has when I will add this field to the report. Again, something that you can try. It's very straightforward. It's something that, as I said, is used for validations, or maybe you want to just check and give a provider record to your business saying how many people are entering addresses greater than 20 characters, right? Let's say. So that's when these kind of things are handy, but it's again a very special business scenario that where you have to create these fields. Yeah, so you can specify it as part of your report filters example, right? So again, reporting as a whole is a new topic, but if I want to set a restriction saying that don't pull in, or maybe just pull in home addresses with a text length greater than 10 characters, I can define it here, okay? So how does it function? I'll just quickly show you. So I've created this field, right? TL home address length. So I want to see employees who have entered the home address greater than 20 characters, let's say, right? Oops. It will only allow, it's a simple report. It will not allow me to pull in the calculated fields here, which is a bummer. Okay, let me see if I can pull this. Okay, I think now it should allow me. Oh, it doesn't allow me. Okay, but long story short, you can pull this as part of, this is a simple type report type. It doesn't allow you to pull the calculated field as part of your filter conditions because of the optimization and how quickly the results it displays. But as part of the report type being advanced, you can pull this field as part of the filter conditions in our report. Specify that this length is greater than 20, then only give us the results as part of your report. So that's where you can basically specify it. Another use cases as part of the business processes, you can put a condition saying that if you want to put an address, its length should always be greater than 20 characters or something. So that's the two use cases where you can use these text lengths as well. Great. I'll quickly move to the what we are going to discuss today. So there's another topic called evaluating conditions. And you will see a lot of times where these evaluating conditions will be provided to you while you create reports for either integration users, or if you want to do a mass uploads to other systems, or to Workday as well. If you want to update some data through Excel files from one tenant to another, from one system to another. That's where evaluating conditions really comes in handy. And I've seen the integration reports, right? The reports which has been used as part of integrating two systems. The evaluating conditions comes in really, really handy, because that's where you are mapping the values of the other system with the Workday system. So how does it come along? What function we are using? How do we specify those values? What condition we put in to evaluate? This is what we're going to see in action. So disclaimer before we move ahead, the agenda able to cover these topics. Text constants we have already seen. We are going to look at the date constants, just like the text constants and numeric constants. We are also going to see the date constant. We can create date constants as well. We're going to see a new function called true and false conditions. True and false conditions are basically a type of function which gives you a yes and no. If the condition is true, let's say, if do I have a home address? Oh, so we have seen this field called primary address full, right? So if a condition saying do an employee have full address primary not blank, give me a yes. Otherwise, give me a no. So I can create a condition like this attached to a report and see in action for the evaluation purpose. And now, based on these three fields, we'll be creating some evaluated expressions, which is like, if the employee has a primary address, give me a value called no address found. If the employee doesn't have the primary address blank, give me the value called address is found, address is available maybe. So if you want to really create logical condition and evaluate based on the conditions, that's where we use evaluated expressions. There is that you can plan your calculated fields is evaluated expressions runs in a systematic manner. So how do you plan to create your calculated fields? Another topic that we'll discuss. Another topic that will be another function is going to be discussed is of the lookup range band. Sometimes you want to define some ranges to evaluate expression. So I say employees with salary less than $50,000 should be from $0 to $50,000 should be giving out a value of low salary range. Anything which is above from 50 to $100,000 should be given as average salary band, and anything below should be higher salary. So if you want to basically define it in a range band, we'll be using this lookup range band function, and we'll then see the difference between these two, because this can be achieved from this one as well. But how does it differ? How does it, how your lookup range band makes your life easier, how it's more quicker and when we see it. So the first thing we are seeing is the text constant. So, the example that I just gave you, right? If you wanna really see, if you wanna really deliver a value that if anyone who has a salary range from, let's say, $50,000 to $100,000 should have a compensation level saying medium. Anyone above $100,000 should have a compensation level says high. So these high, medium, these values, right? These are not Workday delivered values. These are text constants we have created. And these are reflected because the constants values we have created. We are now evaluating based on the conditions we are putting in place as part of the other calculated fields. So we create these text fields of medium, text constants of medium, high, low, and then we use them as part of the calculated field, which is the evaluated expression and the lookup range band. I'll just create these when we move to the evaluated expression field, because these are all part of it. We are just learning how this is the one function that is also available called text constant. Another constant is the date difference. The date constant. Just like the text constant, the numeric constant, you can also create date constant. So this is useful when you need to actually, basically measure a specific date against other dates. We have seen this particular function, right? The date difference function, where you, and we have evaluated the tenure, right? In this end date field, that day we used the current effective date, right? Or today, we have used today, right? Instead of today, you can also define a particular field. So what I say is, give me the range, give me the tenure, basically, number of days from the employee's hire date till 1/1/2022. That is the start of the year, the first day of the year. So if I am very specific about the date I want to enter, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a date constant of 1/1/2022, and then I'm going to pull it as part of my end date field. That way, I am basically saying that and the value returned will be in number of days. So that way I'm saying that start date will be hire date and the end date will be 1/1/2022. So you'll have the number of date from hire date till that particular end date, and you will have all the values fashioned there. I hope that makes sense, right? So these are the text constant and the date constants you can create, and you can use it as part of the downstream fields. Okay, I'll basically come to the true and false conditions. True and false conditions are, and we'll see this in action for sure when we move to the evaluated expression. Here is the evaluated expression. So, but just to give you a summary, the true and false conditions determines whatever condition we are putting in is true or not. The return type of this value is a Boolean, so it's going to be either true or either false. Sometimes it says also yes and no. And this can be used in several places. It can be used in custom reports, the condition rules of business processes, as part of other calculated fields, and we'll use it as part of a function called evaluated expressions. How do you see it? Yeah, I've seen it being used as part of condition rules all the time. That is the part of the business process, saying that route this approval to manager or director if the salary range is defined for this worker is about $100,000. So when you have to create a condition like this, then you basically create these true and false conditions, which basically where we define that if the salary is above $100,000, then give me a yes, give me a true, right? Same with the custom reporting. So we create these fields and we allow it to give us values of yes and no, or true and false, so that we can actually make better reporting decisions based on the condition we are putting in. So we can actually use parentheses, and we can basically create a nested type of true and false condition. So if you look at this particular field, right, it's a field name called flight risk based out of the business object worker. So the first thing is this will give you a value of true or false, but it's a huge thing, right? So employee is not empty. That means the employee should exist. Another parenthesis I'm putting in. So if I'm putting a parenthesis, so that means we'll be evaluating this first before we move out of this. So the value is if the employee is 45 years or older, yes. Does the employee has independence? Yes. If the employee has marital status of married, yes. Okay. And if the employee is not empty, right? This basically completes one section of this field. So if all three are, let's say, agreed, all three are satisfied for the employee, it will give us yes here. And then there is or condition to it. So if it's an or condition, that means we can ignore all this. And if this is true, then this is true. So this high retention risk, yes. If we have a direct field of high retention risk as well. So if the employee has a high retention risk as yes, that means it's an employee which can, really have a less risk to leave the organization. Another or field, that is, if the employee has more than 50K stock options, and the percent of stock option vested is greater than 0.8, right? Uh, so if the employee have, a significant amount of stocks available with him, the company's stocks, and he's already vested around 80% of the stocks, that means he has um, a possibility of moving out. So the employee needs to basically, put this into the account that we have a possibility of someone who can leave the organization, right? So this is a whole true false condition that we have created that can give us basically if the employee has a risk to leaving the organization or not based on the conditions we have put in place. So so the parenthesis comes into play where we are evaluating more than one condition to give us to satisfy one of the business scenarios. The business scenario here is give me the employee names which has a huge risk of leaving the organization. And how do I evaluate it? I evaluated it based on uh, the first first condition that is common for all these is the employee is not empty. So the employee, so the whoever person is, it should be an employee of the organization. It should not be a contractor. It should not be an intern. It should be an employee to really being evaluated. And then there are three conditions. If any one of them is true, then we should be fine. So I hope uh, this is something that you're able to relate, where you create condition rules uh, based on the uh, the business scenarios provided by the business. So here we have three business scenarios that is possible uh, for an employee to basically leave the organization. The or conditions are after the parenthesis close for the above one. So this is gonna if this is and these are in end conditions, right? So if either these three are satisfied, or if this one is satisfied, or the below two are satisfied. If any of them has given me a yes, then and the employee is not empty, then I'm gonna say that the employee has a flight risk. So this is basically a task where we create a field to indicate whether the employee is highly compensated. And these are all the tasks we can do where we can create fields, and I'm going to create one of them just to see really how it how it is reflected. But we're going to create a cal field uh, which is to indicate if the employee is highly compensated. Okay, so let's move on to the tenant. Okay, so we'll be creating a new field of function being true and false condition. So I'm going to say true, false, employee high comp. Okay, the business object is compensation is again associated with the worker directly, so we'll take the business object as worker, and the function that we are looking at is true and false. Perfect. Now what I'm looking at, I'm looking at a condition saying give me the set of employees who have a salary, and for me the high compensation is anyone above $100,000. Okay, so give me a set of employees who have a high compensation, that is who have a salary range of more than $100,000. So if you look at this field, right, this field has 4 entries that we have to fill out. The field is going to be the one that we are going to compare it to. The comparison value is going to be what value we're comparing it to. So the field that we'll be looking at is salary here. So I'm gonna skip all the calculated fields. I'm gonna just I only rely on the value as of now, which is created either by me or either the Workday delivers to me. Okay, so I'm gonna just say What is the best way for me? Maybe I should be looking at the total base pay, which is okay. So total base pay could be the field, right? Total base pay amount. This is awesome. Okay. What does it say? The base pay for an employee's primary job. This is some employee's comp element that is considered base pay. Remember, is different by currency and frequency. Okay, this is good. Okay, so I'm gonna take the total base pay amount here. What does it give me? Oh, that's fine. Man. Sometimes Workday behave very odd, so please bear with me. It basically this is how it works. I mean, if you have ever familiarized with any of the language in the past, so it can basically works in the if logic, where if this condition is true, and this is basically validated, from top to the bottom. So if this condition is true, give me this value, ignore the other ones. If this is not true, look at the other one, give me this value, and so on. If nothing is true, give me the default value which is specified here. So this works in a way of going from up from here, and if nothing is satisfied, give me the default value. So we'll see it in action. All we are using here is the text constants. All we are using here is the true and false conditions. And based on this, we are basically returning values. So evaluated expression as a whole is evaluating values based on the conditions and then returning out the text constants. Then we'll be looking at planning the calculated fields. How do you keep, which one do you keep the top, which one do you keep in the middle, which one do you keep at the low? So if you design a calculated field, it should be very in the optimized manner, because Workday as a whole has, once you start working with Workday, the data keeps increasing. So if you don't optimize your calculated fields, the calculated time, the evaluation time will be high. That means you're putting a lot of load on your tenants and the performance of the tenant. So it's always recommended to create the calculated field in the best optimized manner. And for that, we have to really create our particular calculated fields in a manner that it has a low performance issues. So how do you plan it? Which one do you keep at the top when you create evals? Which one do you keep at the bottom? Why do we keep it something at the top? Why do we keep something at the bottom? How do you plan and build your configure your cal fields? We'll see it as part of this particular section called planning your calculated fields. So yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. How do you design and how do you build it? So we'll see it more in action when we really get into this topic, but just an idea that text constants will be the field that we'll be using for all of them. True and false condition will be true for few folks. Evaluated expression will be true for even lesser folks, and level of compensation will be same for even lesser population. So based on the type of values that we will see against workers, so we will see low, medium, and high for a lot of employees, because it's going to be same, right? True and false condition will be same for fewer folks, so we'll have it here. Evaluated expression will be even same for even lesser folks, and level of comp will be same for very less folks, right? So when you do a top to down approach, how do you define your cal fields? How do you put them? How do you design your cal fields? It's going to play an important role as well. So we'll see it once we move to that section. Another topic, and which is the last topic of this particular evaluated expression and evaluation, and when you do the evaluation, is the lookup range band. This is kind of similar to the evaluated expression field, but it's different in a way because we are now looking at a range to give us the value rather than looking at a specific condition. So if you look at the lookup range band, it takes in a from value, it takes in a to value, and then it gives us a return value. So now we are looking at a range to give us a return value. If you look at the evaluated expression, it has only the conditions and the return value. It doesn't have a range defined to it. But when we come down to the lookup range band function, it gives you the from value and the to value so that you can define a range, and then basically based on if your values falls into that range, give me the return value. One example that I've already told you is about the salary increase. I told you about the salary percentage, but similar to that, you can have a salary increase percentage band as well. If employee has a 0 to 10% of salary increase, maybe just say that low salary increment, 10 to 20, maybe medium, and anything about 10 and above will be high salary increment. So you can define a range here as well, which is from and to, and based on that, we can return the results. The length of service, 0 to 5, 0 to 1 years are new, 1 to 5 are medium, and anyone who has 5 years of plus experience is experienced. So you can basically define it here. Customer and supply invoices as well. So who are our old customers, who are our new customers. You can define it by basically defining it from the from and to values. The last topic of this will be the difference between these two, because what can be achieved through lookup range band can also be achieved through evaluated expression. The other way is not true. You can't basically have all things achieved through from evaluated expression from the lookup range band, but where does the lookup range band comes in handy is gonna be a question, right? We will basically see it once we actually have created both of them. Otherwise, I don't want to make a comment on, because you'll not be able to visualize that what difference does both of them holds, because they're kind of doing the same things. I mean, giving us values against the conditions we are putting in. So you can also create a calculated field, right? A true and false condition saying if the number of days are ranging from 0 to 30, give me this particular range. I can actually do it as part of the evaluated expression. So where does the lookup range band really comes into play? So we'll see it once we actually create those fields, but just for a short description, it comes in handy because it has a from and to value already specified. And it's a performance thing. It's a better way to do it. And it doesn't impact your system as a whole because you're using what is already being delivered by the Workday for us to create, rather than doing a custom way while we basically do it in the evaluated expressions, which is like this.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the condition option in a calculated field? Option A, to define the data type of the calculated field. Option B, to specify when the calculation should be performed. Option C, to set the visibility of the calculated field. Option D, to handle null values in the calculation. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hi there. Do you ever feel like you are drowning in data at work? Introducing our brand new Workday Calculated Fields course. This course is designed to help you master the art of calculated fields in Workday, one of the most powerful and widely used cloud-based HR and finance software platforms. With calculated fields, you can automate complex calculations, streamline your reporting processes, and make data-driven decisions with ease. No more headaches, no more errors, and no more wasted time. In this comprehensive course, you will learn everything you need to know about calculated fields, from basic concepts to advanced techniques. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step through real-world examples, hands-on exercises, and practical tips to help you become a Workday Calculated Fields Pro. And the best part? Our course is designed to be self-paced, so you can learn at your convenience, whether you are a full-time professional or a busy student. Don't just take our word for it. Check out the testimonials from our satisfied students. They will tell you how our course has transformed their careers and helped them unlock the full potential of Workday. So, what are you waiting for? Enroll in our Workday Calculated Fields course today and take the first step towards becoming a data-driven rockstar. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
To basically recognize if a particular employee's salary is greater than $100,000. So if it's greater than $100,000, give me a yes and or a true, and if it's not, then give me a false. So that's where we were. I think we discussed about this particular cal field example in detail that day. So I'll just move very quickly to the tenant and build out that field, which basically tells us if somebody is in the range of $100,000 plus or not. Okay. So the field name that I'll choose is to TNF salary about 100K. Okay. And the business object, since salary is all tied up with the worker BO, so business objects, I'll just choose worker here. And the function that I'm looking at is true and false. Okay. So if I'll go here, the field that I'll be looking to basically compare is total base pay, because we don't have the salary exact field. So the total base pay amount should be the right field, the base, and it says the base pay for an employee's primary job. And this sums up all the comp elements. So yeah, this is the perfect one. So I'll take this one, which will give me the total base pay amount of an employee. And now the operator that I have to choose, since it's a true false condition, right? What I'm trying to say is every employee having salary greater than $100,000 should be coming out as yes to my report or field, wherever I will be using this. It's going to be greater than, and this is where I enter the value. Yeah, so this basically tells us that every employee with a total base pay greater than this one will be coming out as true, and all the other ones will be coming out as false. So this is a very simple example of how you can create a cal field when the function said is true and false. You can add, actually, if you look at it, there are several other cases here, which is if we can create a few, basically cal field to look at if employees enroll in an HSA benefits plan as well, which is going to be very simple. You just have to choose currently enrolled benefits plan and choose the HSA. So everyone who is already enrolled will be coming out as yes, and who is not will be coming out as no. And now create a field that when the employee has 1 year of services less. Again, you can actually look at the tenure field that we created in the last sessions we had, where we're looking at the employee's tenure in number of days. So we can compare it with either 1 year or in days of 365. So anyone who has already have a tenure of 365 plus will be coming into the 1 year of service. Sorry, anyone who has a number of days less than 365 will be categorized as person who has served 1 year or less. So we can do that. And these are two examples of the evaluator expressions where we'll be using the true and false conditions to build out some of the cases based on the business needs. So we'll be looking at the evaluator expression in the next slide. And this is whatever we have learned about constant text, about the conditions, about the true and false scenarios. It's all come down to be used as part of the evaluate expression. So basically what evaluate expression does, it basically have different series of conditions, and based on the what condition is satisfied, it provides us with the result. So what I mean is, every time when you run a report, or whenever you run whenever you run a business, let's say if this is added to a business process condition, so whenever you run it, what it really does is it runs it right there at the real time, and it tries evaluated the every condition that is there. If any of the condition is met, then it brings out that value. Otherwise, there's a mandatory thing to set the default value as well, so that you don't run out into situations where not any of the basically conditions are true and you don't have a default value. So if any of the condition is true, that value will be will be coming up. If no conditions are true, then it will basically go to the default value. And it basically works in the sequential manner, where the one which is entered at the top will be prioritized first, and then it goes to the second one and the third one, and whatever the sequencing will be. So in real time, if you look at it, it is kind of if else if conditions, where firstly the if condition will be evaluated. If this is not true, we will move to the second else if. If this is not true as well, we'll move to the third else if. If this is true, let's say example, it will bring out the value of high here. Let's say if this is not even true, right? So we don't have any of the conditions true which were mentioned. We'll move basically see as we'll move to basically the default value, which is no conditions are true, which looks like only an hyphen. So the evaluated expressions works on the condition of else if, where any of the conditions which are true will be bringing out the value. If no conditions are true, we'll be going to the default one. We'll basically see one example of how evaluated expression really works, and what is the best way to really build this out. So as I move into the tenant, I think the best one will be again to build out things you know based on a salary approach as well. So what we'll do is, anyone who has a salary range of above 100K will be categorized as high salary, right? High salary earners, let's say that. And anyone who has from 50,000 to $99,000 will be categorized as medium, and anyone who has less than 50,000 will be categorized as low. So we have one condition in place right now which tells us that the employee has a salary greater than 100,000. So I'll create another one because you have to really look at three conditions, right? So I'll basically create three conditions to be used as part of my evaluated expression. So another one is anyone who is between 50K till 9K. Our business object will be again worker here. The function is true and false. So since I'm only, I'm kind of using the same cal field data, what I'll do is I'll try and copy the one instead of creating a new one. So you can also copy if the conditions are really the same, and you have to just change the value. What I'll do is I'll just use a shortcut CF colon, which is cal fields colon, and okay, this is the one that I created, right? So above 100K, if I write, this is what it brings out. And what I'll do is I'll basically use this cal field to copy. I'll give it a name. So it says this, so I'll say 50,000. Anyone with the greater than or equals to 50,000 plus another one is total base pay. less than or equal to 99,000. So anyone with a range of 50,000 to 99,000 will be basically coming on to this particular region. I hope this cal field is is clear that when you are trying to find out a range, you have to define two fields. Otherwise, if I'll only define the first one, right, it will also include employees with salary ranges above $100,000. So I have to set a restrictions. I have to really set an end condition with a lower and a higher range. And that will restrict my cal fields to only look at values between 50,000 and 99,000. Perfect. So another one that I need is anyone with a salary range less than $50,000. I'll copy this as well. And it'll be and I'll get rid of this one because we have only a lower range here. So total base pay less than 50,000. Yeah, that's what I need. Okay. So what I'll do now is I have three cal fields now, and based on that cal fields, I'll really use them as part of my bigger field, which is the evaluated expression. So maybe I'll just use right from here. Okay, is what is evaluated expression? We'll write eval here. What I'm trying to do, we are trying to define salary range. Okay, so again based on worker, because the data we are pulling is based on worker, and the function that we are using here is evaluated expression. Okay, cool. The first one is the field type. Okay, this is very critical because based on the field type you choose, you will be able to pull only that type of data in it. So the best way to really see if what field type to use. So if I'll go back to our cal field, right? So we created three cal fields, right? If you look at it, our cal fields here are basically giving us true and false conditions. Okay, this is based on true and false conditions. The values that we'll bring here will be text constants, right? It will be text constants. So the return type that we'll have is text fields, right? High, low, mid. These are text constants value. So since you already know that the values that will be brought as part based on the conditions are text, that basically tells me that the value we'll be looking at is text. Okay. If let's say if we are going to bring out currency fields, dollars, Singapore dollars, INR, or any other fields, right? Euro, pounds, then I'll be looking at the currency. If I have to bring out only true and false, right? If this condition is met, bring me true. If it's a true and false condition field, we'll be choosing at Boolean. Again, it really depends on what type of field you'll be bringing out. Here we're only bringing out the text fields. That's why I'll be taking the field type as text here. I'll put my three conditions here. And how do you really define that which one will be coming up at the top, one at the middle, and lastly at the bottom, right? So when you really have to define it, you look at the bands here. So my guess is maximum of the population will be basically fall into, and the less time it will take for the cal fields to bring out the results will be between $100,000 and less than people $50,000, because it's an easy field to calculate. It doesn't have too many conditions. It's just one condition which looks at, which is basically bring out the employees with a salary range above $100,000, and another one is bring me a set of employees with the salary range less than $50,000. So I'll just use that as an example. Okay, this is one field. Another field is around 50K. Yeah, this is what we created. And the last one, right, which is 50K and 99K. Yeah. So we now have three conditions here, which we have put. And based on this condition, we are trying to bring out some results. And what results we are trying to fetch is, bring me the value. Let's say if whatever employee has a salary range above 100K, bring me a text value of, let's say, medium here. Let's say if somebody has already created a cal field which says medium, right? This is already in there, right? It's a global field. It's a text constant. If you look at it in the detail, this is text constant medium. This is perfect. This is what I can use, right? I'll use the ones which is already there in tenant. Why create a new one when you have already there? And why increase the load on the tenant? I mean, and less than 50,000 are low. So I'll just see if we have anything like low. We do have it. It's based on worker. Yeah, I mean, I'll prefer the one which is on the business object of global, because text constants are something which are not bounded by the business object. It can be used in multiple places. So I'll stick to the second one. And then the last one is between, I'm sorry, it should be high, no? Yeah. So yeah, this is high, slow, this is medium. Yep. So we have basically defined that based on this condition, bring me these values. If you look at it, the default value is mandatory and it has to be set. In this condition, I don't see employees not matching these fields, but this will not match if employee, let's say, doesn't have any salary at all entered, right? If an employee comes in and it doesn't have any salary entered on his profile, then you will not have this evaluated at all. So where do we go from there? If we don't have any of the below satisfied, we'll say we'll basically say empty string. This is a delivered field based on the worker. What it really does is it gives you, so basically it searches a worker by name and it just gives you a blank string. I mean, it doesn't reflect anything. So anyone who doesn't actually satisfy this condition will be not going into errors and will be just giving us an empty set. So that's fine with us, right? We don't want anything to be displayed for people who doesn't satisfy any of this or doesn't have any particular salary. So what I'll do now is I'll basically attach this to the report. I think we don't have I don't know if we really have a report that we can use. I think we do. Yeah, this is fine. I'll just use this one. I'll also put a condition. Let's say if it really comes up. I don't think it will, but it doesn't, right? Okay. Let's see what values it brings us. This has come really blank for a lot of people, and that could be a case because they don't have a salary defined. But I'm gonna just sort this to see really if we have anyone with the values or not. Oops, there are okay. Okay, yeah. Now it's all fine. So you see, there are employees which have been coming out with in the medium range, and you will also see employees in the high and the low range as well. So I'll just open a few employees from here. So this is the one with the medium. I'll take one with the low as well. Let's see. So so I'll take Pedro here. So Chelsea, right? If we'll go to the compensation of Chelsea, she has a total pay of 80,320, which is coming down um, in a range of medium, because we have defined the medium range to be between 50,000 to 99,000. So anyone which is gonna come in between will be categorized as medium range. For Pedro, if I'll go to the comp for him, it says 7,500, right? Which is low as per our definition of comp. And since it is low, we have basically categorized it into the category of where this low salary is below $50,000. The last one will be the high. So anyone with a valid with a salary above $100,000 will be categorized into the high. If I go to the comp, it's much higher than $100,000 for Logan, so she'll be categorized into the high category. This is how you basically use a evaluate expression field, where you define some conditions, and based on the conditions you bring out the values for them. What we'll do next is we'll also use the same example to build out a lookup range band function type field as well, because you'll see that even though we'll be achieving the same business problem, the way of defining it is little different, where you define, and you'll see the results will still be same, but there are other ways to basically look at it, right? So I am there in the field that we just created, right? So the evaluated expression, since it has multiple fields defined in it, right? Sometimes it gets really complex to actually know the flow of it. So there is something called as calculation hierarchy. Under the calculated field, if you go to this calculation hierarchy, right? What it really tells you is how this is being coming into effect, right? So whatever the fields that we have used, right, they are all outlined here. Okay, and you can basically just go in here and just see what fields are being used by what cal fields. Okay, so we have three constants here: the high, medium, low. We have three conditions now, which uses the total base pay amount as their base value, and they're all being categorized here. So using this one, you can really look into what calculation hierarchy we have been using, what fields we are using, how this calculated field is evaluated, and what is the process of really what is the process of really using these calculated fields. So if it has multiple conditions, what are the text constants used, what are the other values being used? So this is very helpful when there are a lot of other conditions being added. If let's say there are 20 conditions added to a eval expression, then this really comes handy, because that way you will be able to have a one shot look at where we are basically defining our fields. Okay, moving on to the one of the areas of optimization is planning your calculated fields. So there was one question about the performance that we really used to see, right? I want to just see if I have access to that. Yes, so I think you mentioned, or has right that day about how do we really optimize, how do we really see our cal fields and what is being impacted. So this is one quick tip, right? So you have this edit report performance log settings. Okay, you have to really enable this. Okay, and now you have to define the particular report that you feel is taking a lot of time, and you really want to find out the issues that you think this report might be having, right? The particular field. So if I'll attach a report here, okay, I'll give it a log name, and this will basically say log until this particular time, right? And then stop logging at all. So if I'll click here, right, in the background now, we have this report being run by Workday to really see which fields are taking what time, okay? And to really see this particular thing in action, you go to the view report log, performance logs. So as soon as I run this particular report now, right, I have to really run it to see. So it takes a couple of minutes to really find out the performance thing. But what it really does is it basically runs every field. It just analyzes which is the field taking what time. And then it will give you a report logs based with the time frames of which field is taking a lot, lot more time than it should, and how can you optimize it? So you see, as soon as I run it now, I have this view report log performance. If I'll go here, this is where I am. We have all the fields being used as part of even the inline fields, right? The inline fields are there as well. And you can see here, this is the report processing time in milliseconds. I can sort this out like this, and it just tells me now that which one is the field which is taking most of the time. So if you see here, the eval defined salary ranges is the field that is taking most of the time. And if I have really to optimize my report, the first thing I have to do is I'll open this field up and try and optimizing this. As soon as I optimize this, the whole report performance will be improved as a whole. So again, this has came like a couple of years late only, and we have been using this on a more frequent basis, these report logs, because report performance issues is not an unknown thing, and it happens very very often in Workday. So my suggestion would be always to use this particular report, particular task, to figure out which cal field is taking what time, and you can report back to your business and basically you can just provide them suggestions that this is what we can do to optimize it. Okay, yeah. Now, again, coming down to the planning your calculated fields, we have already seen that the best way to really plan your calculated fee is to take the approach of really understanding that the field that is being evaluated the most of the time and the field that have maximum of our population needs to come up in the first place. It has to be at the top, and then we can basically just a second, I'll just connect back to our tenant again. I think this has gone. Yeah, okay, I'm here. Okay, so when it comes down to deciding, and so what I'm saying is anything which you feel is going to be evaluated the maximum number of times should be at the top, and then you take the top-down approach of making basically building out the field where the less evaluated fields needs to come at the bottom, and the most evaluated field is coming at the top. What I mean here is, if you feel that the maximum of our company population lies in the range of 50,000 to 99,000, then you should have that field coming at the top. Because when Workday evaluates its, when Workday really runs its cal fields, right? What it does in the background is it goes to us in the first condition. It really checks all the workers in the system, everyone, right? And one that selected workers as being pulled out based on the conditions you have set, the next condition will only have the leftover employees to be looked upon. So when you have only the leftover employees to be looked upon, then you have a small population to be evaluated. That's why I'm saying, if you feel that the maximum population will be covered as part of the first condition itself, then your approach to building out your cal fields will be in a manner where the maximum population will come at the top, then the minimum one, then the minimum, and lastly, the one which you feel will be least evaluated because it has a lot of less people in it. So that's just a performance optimization thing where you basically define your cal fields and design it in a manner where it takes a lot less time, because your report performances will be all based on your calculated fields, because Workday has already optimized their fields and they brings out results really quick. It's just whatever we create as a in the tenant is what drives our reports to run slow or fast. The tenant performances are impacted by what is running in the background. So until a calculated field is not being running in the background, it's just sitting on the tenant. Okay. It doesn't have any contribution to your tenant issues or tenant performances. The tenant performance already running when you are uh, basically trying and accessing a report. And if there are 10 other reports which is already running in the background, right? That's when your performance issues kicks in. And those 10 reports that are already running in the background have a lot of heavy fields, lot of calculated restrictions that they go down, and calculated fields with a lot of data. That's where your performance issues kicks in, where there are 10 heavy load reports already running in the background, and now you're trying to basically run an 11th report. So your 11th report will definitely take some time to evaluate because your 10 reports are not being mannered or optimized in the best form. And then we basically look at the process monitor, which is another task in Workday, to really see that what's stopping my report to run, what's stopping things to be slow, right? And it's a whole new topic as a whole, where you optimize your tenant performances by scheduling your reports right. You're scheduling your integrations right. So when we go to the tenant and we have a vendor who wants some integration, we want some data from Workday, the first thing we suggest is these are the empty slots we have where we don't have any specific integration or reports running. So why can we schedule this integration, and can we send you a report at this particular time, so that we basically have we have our integration or reports running without having performance issues and without having any glitches, because on that particular time frame, what I have optimized it, what I have really looked upon is it's an empty slot. And since we have time to run it, that way we'll be having that report running fine. Again, if you have chosen a time which has already 10 to 20 integrations or 10 to 20 reports already running, your report performance will definitely be impacted. This is again what we discussed about, where uh, the planning comes in. You have level of compensation, evaluated expression, true and false conditions, and text constants. So this will be evaluated, maximum of time. You'll have text constants coming out for everyone. True and false conditions will be satisfied for a small population. True and false conditions, uh, so evaluated expression will be coming up at the bottom, and the level of compensation being it's a level of high range or low range will be coming, the least evaluated one, because it can be same for a lot of other people too. So again, your design should be in a manner where the least evaluated will be basically we looked upon. And then when you build it, you will have the one which is highly being being validated should be coming at the top. Then one this is the build phase, where the other one which has been validated least will be coming here, the least, and the one which is basically evaluated the least will be coming right at the bottom. So this is how you basically design your calculated fields while coming to evaluate expressions as a whole. I'll basically move to the another one here is the lookup range band. I'll just quickly sign in again. What happened? Okay. So the lookup range band, right? I'll quickly move to how we see the lookup range band. The lookup range bands are the kind of the same, where we don't have to create cal fields to define ranges. We already have them into the from and to value. So if I'll go to the create cal field task again, and what I'm doing here is I'm saying lookup range value. Oops, lookup range band, sorry, not the value, it's the cal field type. Lookup range band, and what I'm doing is salary ranges. Okay. What business object? Again, I'm dealing with salary, so it's a worker based thing. Function, I'm looking at lookup range band. Okay. The source field will be total base pay. That's what we have done, right? We have build our conditions based on the amounts. I'll take this one here. The decimal places do you want it in decimal? I don't think we don't want it in decimal, so I'll keep it as 0. Rounding is it will round down to the nearest value if it's a decimal place thing, but I don't think we have basically things being rounded up. If necessary, they'll round it up to the nearest one. Okay, you can definitely define right here what you want. So what I want is anyone with a range of 0 to 50,000, and this is inclusive of the two values. Okay, is going to be coming as low. Yeah, it is already taken 51,001 to 99,000. And then anyone with so since I have to really give two value as well, so I can just give a value which is really imaginary. I mean, you can't have someone with the value like this, right? Since it's mandatory to provide a lower band as well, so I can just provide them a value of something which is way above, so that it just comes into the range. It's gonna be medium here, and it's gonna be higher here. So as you'll see, right, we have achieved a similar kind of thing in a much easier fashion when it comes to lookup range band. It is going to be acting the same way, but it is a functionality which is more natural in its manner to create when you're defining a range values. So this is where the lookup range band is really helpful. It's less complex. It's much more designed to give you values based on the ranges. And it's always suggested to use the lookup range band whenever possible when defining the ranges. If you don't have a range, you have only been pulling out value based on a single condition, and your return value is not a text constant, right? Or a constant value, then you can't use a lookup range band. In this case, we have a text constants being evaluated. Let's say if I have to basically say, if the salary range is 0 to 50,000, give me the name of the manager of that employee, right? The manager of an employee is not a text value. It's expression which is based on the workers manager, right? So we can't have this here. I can't pull workers manager here. I have to really rely upon my evaluated expression, because that is capable to pull in another cal field to bring out return values. Here I can just type it down, right? So if you have a range and a text constants or a numeric constants or any constants to be reflected, you use lookup range band. If you have calculated fields to be evaluated to bring out the values, you can only use evaluated expression. So this is how where you can really use these two values. I'm gonna attach this to report again to see in action how this is coming in. But as part of the lookup range band, it doesn't give you that option to pull out the calculated fields. It takes in only the constants. Okay, so uh, we have typed this, right? We have typed this values. So if your demand requires you to pull out conditions based on another calculated fields or bring out value based on another calculated fields, you have to rely on evaluate expressions. But if we are solving a business case where we are defining a range and we have to bring out a constant value, that is correct. We will be always be using the lookup range band in that case. Okay, I have now added this again to just see in action as well. So we have these values coming in now. And this is the eval one, this is the salary one. And if you win, right, this is where we can really see our report logs as well. So I'm just ran this, right? We don't have our eval being validated because it's being valued as part of our salary ranges. But if you look at this, right, this is being running at 4387 milliseconds, 4386, let's say milliseconds, right? If I'll go back and show you the first one where we had the eval, it was taking 50404. So a less time has been taken to basically coming out with when we are using a lookup range band, because it's more natural. It's something which is delivered by Workday, and it has the natural tendency to bring out values based on the range it defines. So it's running the report much quicker that way if we'll use a lookup range band instead of evaluated expression. Again, and repeating it again, the only drawback is you can only define ranges and give it a constant text. You can't bring out something which is used by another cal fields, or you want to bring out values being in the cal fields, so you can't do that. Okay. Again, example of we should be using a lookup range band where if there is a salary increase percentage, if you want to define it, that bring out the people with a salary increase percentage of medium, low, high. Again, the same thing where you define the percentages and you just bring out the value. Length of service being, it's a people with an experience, with a low experience or a medium experience, you can do it. Expense reports, overdue. Say somebody has overdue of expense reports being filed into Workday, by how many days you have really, overdue is something you can do. If your customer tenants and suppliers has been aging, so you can really define it that if it's an old customer or it's a new customer, or it's something which is a customer with a medium contract. So you can really define it based on the customers the time that you have basically made a contract with the customer and how old that customer is for you. So these are the few examples that where the lookup range band really kicks in. But in broader summary, uh, the main reason why we looked at both the field is to really know the difference between these two. Evaluated expression is basically, conditions, and it returns values based on those conditions. If the first one is true, then it will bring out that value. Uh, Whereas if you look at the lookup range band, it has a range defined and it returns the value based on that range. It doesn't have a condition per se to give out the value. It has a whole range to give us that value. So that's the first difference between both of them. For the evaluated expression to really work, the conditions must exist in Workday. You can't have cal fields doesn't exist in Workday, calculated field doesn't exist in Workday to make that evaluation. For the lookup range band to really do the evaluation, it's just a thing of the data being manually entered by them. So we have seen, right? We have to manually enter things and not rely on calculated fields to bring out conditions. You have to define your range, enter those range, and enter the constant value that you want to bring. So it's all a manual process when it comes to lookup range band. It's not like with the evaluated expression where you define some conditions, the conditions are already there in the tenant, and now you try and pull it. Evaluated expression can build, we have seen, right? It can really, it has different type. It can have text, Boolean, single instance, currency. It can bring out any type of value. Whereas the lookup range band has only a single one. It can only looks at the single instance fields and not the any other else. So if you are only dealing with particular single value, if you're only dealing with where you want to only have to return a text field or a constant field and you can type it out, I think that's where you will still look up range band. Anything else, go back to evaluated expression. If default conditions, we have seen that with eval, there is a default conditions. If no conditions are met, it's mandatory to always have a default value so that you don't run into issues. Or so it's always a case where you have to define a default value when it comes to valid expression, where on the lookup range band you don't have to define any default value. So if no value is true, the system will automatically gives you a blank value, just like we have defined with the empty string. It will automatically give you an empty string. So it works very naturally with the lookup arrangement, whereas the evaluated expression, you have to define a particular default value every time.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following functions can be used in a calculated field to calculate the number of days between two dates? Option A, date diff. Option B, days underscore between. Option C, date underscore diff. Option D, calc underscore date underscore diff. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hi there. Do you ever feel like you are drowning in data at work? Introducing our brand new Workday Calculated Fields course. This course is designed to help you master the art of calculated fields in Workday, one of the most powerful and widely used cloud-based HR and finance software platforms. With calculated fields, you can automate complex calculations, streamline your reporting processes, and make data-driven decisions with ease. No more headaches, no more errors, and no more wasted time. In this comprehensive course, you will learn everything you need to know about calculated fields, from basic concepts to advanced techniques. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step through real-world examples, hands-on exercises, and practical tips to help you become a Workday Calculated Fields Pro. And the best part? Our course is designed to be self-paced, so you can learn at your convenience, whether you are a full-time professional or a busy student. Don't just take our word for it. Check out the testimonials from our satisfied students. They will tell you how our course has transformed their careers and helped them unlock the full potential of Workday. So, what are you waiting for? Enroll in our Workday Calculated Fields course today and take the first step towards becoming a data-driven rockstar. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
Okay, yeah. So as part of the today's discussion, we'll be going through the functions, the cal field functions where the mathematical calculations are involved. Um, so before we start, this is a disclaimer, and count-related instances. Some examples of the count-related instances. Count-related instance is again a function which counts the number of occurrence of a particular instance. So let's say if I have 4 dependents, so I can basically, make a calculation on them. I can make a calculated field to look at how many dependents do I have. And that way I can reflect as part of my reports too. So counting the number of instances for a particular scenario is basically the work of this particular function is. Then we move to the sum related instances, where the instances that I have, yeah, for let's say if I have to really calculate a salary of a person based on the different compensation elements, like benefits or the reimbursements, the base pay, all these features, right? I can really sum those instances because these are all instances. So Workday works on the formula of instances, and every instances can be summed using the sum related instances function in Workday, where we can sum some instances and bring out a single value for them. How we graphically represent these values will be one other thing. There's another function which is the arithmetic calculation. This is very like what we have used, while we were studying mathematics in our schools and colleges as well, right? Where you can really do the mathematical calculations of addition, subtraction, um, division, multiplication. So if you have if you really want to find out, let's say if a employee's annual salary is there and you want to really calculate the monthly salary, so you can really just define a calculation here saying that the total base pay or the salary, then put a calculation, divide by 12. So that will give you the monthly salary. Or you can really divide it by 48 to give the person's, weekly salary as well. So again, this really depends on how much, what's your demand is. But the arithmetic calculation is something where you can basically do some mathematics calculations based on the requirements you have. The last one is, and not the least one, is convert currency. Basically, if you want to convert particular employees, salary ranging from dollars to euros, or the other way around, or any other currency for that matter, you can use this particular function called convert currency to basically bring out the right value. Okay, moving on to the first one is the count related instances. So as I said, right, count related instances are basically the instances that has occurred to a particular business object, and you can really count these and put a number to it. So example that we are seeing here, right? Business comes to us saying that I want a number of people who have involuntary, involuntary has been terminated from in our organization, right? So they want they want to report on this number where all the employees who has involuntarily left the organization should be reported. And this is very specific to just a condition of involuntary terminations. So this is very specific to not a worker, right? This is specific to the organization as a whole, because what we are trying to look at is a number which is not specific to a worker. It's specific to an organization as a whole. So we'll take the business object as organization, because that's something which is tied to the termination events that has happened in our system, in Workday system. And we don't want all termination instances to be pulled out. We want specific termination events where the employees has been terminated within a reason of involuntary, right? So when there is a termination which is involuntary, just bring out all those instances. So this basically will give us all the instances in Workday which have been terminated and terminated with the reason of involuntary termination. So just look at it in a manner where this is the field that we use. This is the count that happens, right? This count. So if you look at this example here, this is a count related instances field. This is termination events in this case. And these are all the conditions, right? Which is the condition saying if the reason is involuntary. So let's say if you go to the first employee and looks and the employee has already been terminated, what was the reason of that termination? Is it being voluntary, involuntary? Let's say it was voluntary, right? What it will bring us? It will bring a false field. So we don't count it. And move to the next one, another termination event with the reason being of involuntary termination. Is my reason satisfied? Yes, I want involuntary employee terminations to be reflected. So yeah, this is true. Count increase to 1. I go to another one, again the same reason, the count increases to 2. So with each true condition that I get, my count is going to increase by 1. So if let's say out of 100 employees that I have terminated right so far, if 60 of them have an involuntary termination, so with every true condition, my count will increase from 1 to 2 to 3 till 60. But I will still go to every 100 employee to look at if they are satisfying the condition that I've specified as part of my count field. So if this is satisfied, increase 1 to my count. It starts counting from 0 and then it just moves on from 0 to 1 to whatever it gets through to. Okay, I don't know why this is empty, but there are several examples that we can think about in terms of having the termination events or number of successful hires that has happened this year, let's say. So you can define a count condition saying, let's say if I'm only looking to pull out all successful hires that has happened in this year, right, starting from 1/1/2022 till today. So what we can do is you can look at the organization as a business object related field being hire events now. This will auto-populate as hire event. And the reason you will give here is hire date is greater than or equals to 1/1/2022. This is you will specify here, right, as part of the condition, because we are only looking at hires made after the start of this year. So you can specifically create a true and false condition and attach it here. And this will give you all the employees which has been hired successfully after the start of this year. Again, we can have several other examples that we can look upon or we can think upon, but these are two useful cases that were of termination events or hire events that we can really think of. And another example that I gave you is about the dependents. So if they ask us to count the number of dependents, you can really just, and dependents are tied to the worker, right? So you can just go to the business object as worker. Here related field, you can just define a condition called dependents. I need all dependents. I'm not sticking to anyone. So I can just click on this particular radio button called all instances. So every dependent who's attached to the worker will be basically coming up as part of this particular calculated field. Moving on to the next one is the sum related instances. So sum related instances are basically when the calculation happens. I mean, it's kind of related to the count related instances only, but here we are gonna sum the fields. We're gonna sum it and not just count it. And it works with the numeric and currency fields. So please note that this doesn't, if you will have a text field, this will not work. It works only when the value is numeric or currency. So if you have a text field, if you have a instance field like dependence or worker, this will not work because some can only happen to numeric fields, right? It cannot happen to when the things are not numeric in nature. And another thing is, if I'm trying to sum it, the currency should be, if it's a currency field, it should be the same currency throughout. You can't sum USD with a euro field, right? It should be in the consistent field, consistent currency to have those values summed. So if you look at the particular example that is provided here, I am trying to report on all the expenses which has been filed into Workday with an condition, with a basically in the category of training expense. So every expense report which has been filed in Workday with a training expense category should be summed up and should be provided to the business, right? They have asked me to basically provide me all the expense reports and the sum of expense reports which has come basically being filed. So that way they can really look into how much they are spending on the training expense, throughout. What they have spent throughout. This is an example of throughout. But you can, if you really want to be specific about a particular year, you can just define is training expense and also put a condition saying and that expense file date is greater than this particular date, right? So that way you can report on how many expenses being filed in the training expense category and being filed after this particular training time. Currently, it's not defining a particular time, so it will take up all the expenses being filed in the training category throughout. Whenever we have started using Workday as a whole. But if you want very specific, you can define reports as part of your conditions as well. This is the condition field here. And the field to sum, right? The expense like extended amount in USD. This automatically converts the particular expenses into the USD format. So even though if it's a euro or it's any other particular currency, it first converts into USD and then it sums it, right? It's very important to have all the fields in the same currency for them to get summed. If you will only define it on the expense amount, let's say instead of this particular field, what it does, it will give us an error saying that your currencies are not matching, right? It doesn't say specifically like that, but you can get it, right? It's not the right thing. You have to have the same type of currency in order to sum particular fields. So if you look at the graphical representation of this is a sum-rated instance field. We have the condition of on what condition you want to sum it, right? What we have seen with the calculated instances as well, where you have conditions of false, true, and true. So if the first field is false, in the previous example we have seen is expense reports being filed, but they should be of the category of training, right? Training category. So if it's not a training category, it's false. If the training category true, okay, move ahead. If it's a training category, okay, move ahead. So it's moving ahead. The value, right? The value here is expense line extended amount in USD. What it does is it picks up that amount in USD for the training category. Same here, sum these fields and then bring it out. It could be 100 other values and they all will be summed and then it will be brought up. So this is how the sum rated instances field really works, where you can actually have multiple fields being pulled out based on the condition and then they are summed together. So another one is the sum rated instances. Sum rated instances are the instances. So another example could be where you have performance review ratings. So if you're using talent management in Workday, you can have review ratings for each organization, and then you can basically sum those and use the to find the average. We'll definitely use the arithmetic calculation, but the first step will be to sum all the performance rating as a whole, right? So that you can really report on what is the performance review rating of particular organization. So you can really sum those values for an organization, the performance review rating, and then average by the criteria of the maximum amount, right? That you can do as part of the arithmetic calculation function that we'll be looking at later in the slides. But look at it in a manner of the first instance where you want to really sum all the performance review ratings based on a particular organization. Some of the expense for meals in expense report, so that it can be compared against the approval limit. Yeah, again, similar example to what we have seen with the travel category. Now the category has changed from travel to meals, and you can just sum those values, compare it with the approval limit. So if the approval limit for the organization is, let's say, $100,000, and if you sum it, the meals it's exceeding or not, you can really report using this field. Calculation of the VAT amount of each supplier was summing the taxable invoice lines. Yes, again, same thing. You can report on your invoice lines. This is part of the finance management where you can really report on the invoice lines being entered and sum the taxable values as part of it. So here we talked about some average being calculated, but how do you really find the averages? So the arithmetic calculation function in Workday uses numeric and currency field types, and it performs arithmetic calculations on it. So you can perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. It works exactly like how you have seen it, with mathematics. Again, the thing is, every value should be numeric. If it's gonna be if it's gonna be something else, then you can't do calculations on it, right? So if you are using the numeric value, they should already exist. If you are using a currency field, they should be the same currency, right? So if you look here in this example, it's a calculation that is being and you'll use arithmetic calculations all the time, right? So let's say your HR partners have reached out to you saying, we want to report on how many vacation days has been remaining for every worker, right? So first thing I have to define here is the field type. So vacations are not tied to any currencies, right? It's a numeric value, how many days you have. So it's going to be numeric. No rounding required. There is no rounding is required. You'll display it as it will come in. This is not a currency field, so currency code field is not going to be there. Should I return zero in error? This is a field that will return zero in error, right? Let's say if this field is not having any value, it's going to error out. But if I have checked this, return zero in error, it will be basically giving us a zero value in that case. We have seen this return zero in error in the past as well. While doing the day difference and substring things, if you remember, where we have seen this particular field will give you, basically zero values when it's not having anything, right? So what we have done here is, this is pretty straightforward, where you have vacation entitlement days from accrual. So I have, let's say, 20 vacation leaves provided for each year. So the vacation entitlement days from accrual will give me that 20. And I have to really find out, the number of vacation days remaining, right? So I'm going to subtract the ones that I have already taken. So if I have, let's say, taken already 12 of them, this particular calculation will give me the remaining 8. So using the arithmetic calculation, you can define the scenarios. You can basically build out your fields and really find out the values that are not readily available in Workday. So if vacation days remaining are not readily available in Workday, how do I find it? I can do calculations on it. I can really just pull out the number of days given to me every year, subtracting it by number of days I've taken, right? That will give me the vacation days remaining. Another example could be, calculate employees hourly, daily, weekly, or monthly rate. I have already told you this. You can do this by basically, again, this is going to be a currency field because rates are in could be in dollars, right? So if it's in dollars, what I'll have to do is I have to just define here total base pay, and so the operator will change from subtraction to division now, and the second value will here be, if I'm trying to find it based on monthly, right? So if I'll divide it by 30 here, right? So this will give me total base pay divided by 30 will give me, oh sorry, divided by 12 will give me number of my rate, the workers rate on monthly basis. So that's way a way to basically pull out the monthly amount for that worker as well. So again, another example, we finding out 20% of employees rate. 20%, if you want to find out, it's going to be again, how do you find 20% of a particular function, right? It's going to be 20 by 100 into the salary of the person, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say 0.2 multiplied by the salary of the person. That will give me 20% of the salary, right? So you can do all these calculations here. Just remember that it only works on when it's a numeric value or a currency value. I hope you have already noticed that the easiest way to find out what type of field it is to look at this sign here. So if it's a hash, it's a numeric value. If it's a S, it's a sum value. So if I'll just go here, if it's something like this, it's a multi-instance field. Okay, it's an instance field. If it's a TNF, it's a true and false value. It's basically a currency value, right? So every field that you see here, right, it is being recognized by the thing, the small icon that you see here. So this is multi-instance, a dot and then things coming out of it. It's a multi-instance field. There could be 100 of termination events, right? There can 100 be multi instances. So it's a multi-instance field. Termination event doesn't say anything, but it is a single instance field where it is only particularly going to point to one event. But I mean, this is what more deeper thing on how do you look at business objects and related business objects. But this is the fastest ways to really know what type of field it is, to looking at that particular small symbol. Convert currency. So convert currency is basically, pretty straightforward, where you want to convert all the data into particular currency field. So if I want to, let's say this is an example of bad debt. I'm using financial reportings and I'm using customer invoices in Workday, and there's a bad debt which is there, and I want to really, report on how much bad debt I have in the system, but I want it to be specific to the USD. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the source currency field as total write-off amount, because I'm already pointing to the bad debt write-off, right? So what I'm going to get here is only the bad debt data. What is the target currency? If I'm dealing with a customer based in Europe, and this amount is in euro, this is what it's going to do is it's going to have the amount of whatever amount, that let's say 100 euros, being converted into USD first. But what is the criteria to convert it, right? The currency rate changes all the time, changes as we speak, right? So in Workday, you actually have these currency rate types being defined every monthly. I've seen it being uploaded monthly. So every month you basically update your rates in Workday. So I'm looking at the current rate type. So whatever the amount is being uploaded in the conversion currency rate has been uploaded in Workday will be used here. And what will be the date field used? It will be based on the transaction date. So whenever the transaction has happened, right, I'll put that, I'll basically use that amount instead of the amount which has been updated with some other values, right? I'll be using the amount that has been entered at the time of transaction that has happened. And this will give me the data, the conversion from particular field to USD. So you have two different options here. Okay, one is you have Workday basically define those values. So on the tenant configuration level, right, at the top level, you have the option to basically say that every month, Workday should be pulling the latest rates and updating it in Workday. Okay. Another thing is there could be an upload which can happen from outside of Workday to update the values of currency in Workday. What I've seen is normally organizations upload their own currency rates every month instead of relying on Workday values, so that they can do the reporting based on the values they want. But there are
Understood.
there are two options here. You can upload your own currency rates, or you can just rely on Workday to do that update as well. The maintain currency conversion rate task will basically give you the value as well. If I'll just go to the tenant and show you this. So the maintain currency conversion rates will basically give you a list of source currency, target currency, and the currency rate as well. I'll try and sign very quickly. Oh, this is the different currency rate types. This is this is again a very different topic, but you can, if you are uploading multiple rate types instead of just one, where I upload the current one every, let's say, every single month or more frequently, and upload the other ones based on my requirements. So I can define the currency types. If I'm using very specific currency rate types for my budgeting, I can define a currency rate type here and upload this budgeting as part of my budget and use it wherever the budgeting happens. Maintain currency conversion rates. It asks me for the I'll very specifically use a current one, and I will click OK. Okay, I want it as of the latest date. So if you'll see here, this is the previous currency rate. You can basically update these values to a new value manually as well. So currently it was uploaded, it was using the value which is far back in 2015. Okay, but it's not that thing. You actually do it very frequently. So from USD to AED, right, the rate conversion will be 3 times. So 1 USD equals to 3 times of AED. This is what it says. But it's been uploaded back in 2015, or as 2015, but that is done more frequently, and it's being updated here so that you can really use it wherever you want. Yeah. So I hope this is all as part of the calculations. I would like to basically give you some time to really look into it. All the scenarios that we have seen, right, are examples of how do you basically do calculations and how do you report on them in Workday. The count rate instances, the sum related instances, the arithmetic calculations, and the convert currency. All these 4 fields are basically being used as part of how the mathematical calculations happen. Um, all have a different purpose. It is to count the instances, it is to sum those instances. Arithmetic calculations used to just do all the maths that is required. And finally, the convert currency to convert a particular currency into the other one. We'll see the practicality of it at once, probably once we move to a bigger section. But I want to move with another topic for the day called as how to retrieve data from related objects. And this is the major one, because this is going to be you'll be using a lot when you'll be working with Workday Calculated Fields. Okay. So what we'll be looking at is we'll be looking at the related business objects, some examples of business objects, how it is being graphically represented. 60% or 70% of my time I work with lookup related value when I think about calculated fields. And lookup related value is the most important, if not the only one, where because the major problem that we have with Workday is you can't report directly on things. So what I mean here is you have business objects and then you have related business objects. So if I want to move from worker to expenses, I can't do it like in a go, right? So to really move and report from worker to expenses, let's say, I have to build out a calculated field to move for one business object to another business object. And that's where the lookup related value comes in, where I can report, I can basically direct, to basically look up and direct to a particular related value based on my particular business requirements. So we'll be looking into it. And as I said, right, it's going to be most critical field because you'll have this field being used everywhere. Extraction of single instances. If I have to extract the values from a particular business object, we'll be using the extract single instances. List of expense reports. This is not a function, but you can basically have a task to basically look at all the expense reports. And when you work with extract single instances, you will have some conditions, you have some sort fields, you have some direction, and obviously the performance considerations, because when you work with extract single instances, the performance considerations comes into play a lot. So while you extract those single instances, what are the conditions that you want? What are the sort fields? How do you want to sort it? Do you want to sort it on the creation date? Do you want to sort it on the approval date? Well, how do you want to sort it? What's going to be the direction of it? Do you want to sort from the latest to the oldest, or from oldest to the latest? How do you want to basically pull that value, right? You can define the direction of it as well. So what is the lookup related value, right? And this is again a great representation of it. So this is a particular report, let's say, right, where we are pulling in multiple fields. There's a worker I am pulling into. This is a worker business object. We have seen that every field that we create has a business object attached to it. Okay. So if I'm reporting on worker itself, it's a self-reference. I'm reporting on worker. The field that I'm using is worker as well. So I'm referencing to the same field. So it's fine. Last name is directly attached to worker. All these are attached to worker. Now, my business comes up to me saying, I want to know what is the, so every worker is basically attached to a position, right? My business has come to me saying, what was the availability date of that position when this employee has been attached to? So if I have to find out the availability date of the position the worker has been attached to, right? I am basically referencing to another business object to find a particular value called availability date. So availability date of the position of that worker is not directly attached to the worker business object, right? So if I have to report on the availability date of per position, this basically, I have to first go to positions, and from position, I have to go to position restriction business object to fetch that availability date. So if you see it in action, worker is attached to position, and position is attached to position restriction. And we can jump, not jump is not the right word, but we can really report and bring out values from the other business objects by using the lookup related value. So this is how it happens. We'll be looking at how we use the lookup related values to solve different types of business cases, and how do you use the primary business object to go to related business objects, extract out the values from there, do your calculations, or do your reportings. And that's I mean, if you work with reports, you'll spend majority of your time figuring out how do you basically pull out values, right? Because it's a very critical task, where most of the reporting needs are stuck because I can't pull out the values. It's not available in Workday. So if it's not available directly in Workday, make some lookup related value to pull it out. That's the main critical task that every reporting analyst do in the current scenario while working with Workday reports. To see it in action, this is how the lookup related value looks like, where you have every related business object and primary business object have one-to-one relation. So what I mean is, my business object here is competency, and the field that I'm looking at is worker. So if I'm making, I'm basically find out working managers for competency. Competency doesn't have workers manager being directly available, but it has worker being directly attached to it, right? So every competency has a worker attached to it, and every worker has a workers manager attached to it. So my lookup related value will be basically look up the field of the worker, and what field you want to report on the worker. It's a workers manager. So single instance fields will look like this, as with this arrow, and multi-instance like this. So worker have multiple managers in some scenarios as well. That's why it's a multi-instance field. So this is one screenshot of how things really look like when you work with the lookup related value. But just understand that it's gonna be one-to-one relation between the primary business object and the related business object here, which is the worker. And if it's not direct, which is you have already said, right? You basically create another fields. If competency and expenses, let's say, are not, and positions, let's say, competency and positions are not directly related to each other at all, how do you pull out that particular scenario? So I go to worker, and from worker, I go to position to find out the value. So okay, the extract single instances. Basically, if you are having multiple fields, right? If a person has, let's say, example, if a person has been terminated multiple times and rehired multiple times, right? My manager has come out to me saying, why don't you bring out the last instance where the worker was terminated, and bring out me the reason of why it was terminated the last time. That's the ask, right? So I have multiple termination events for a single worker, but my task is only to bring out that single instance where he was terminated, in the latestly, and what was the reason for that particular termination. If that's the ask, I'll be using the extract single instance. So how will I use the extract single instance? I'm going to very quickly jump to how you create it. On the source field, I'm going to business object being worker. On the source field, I'm going to take termination events. So from the worker, I'm going to look at the termination events for that employee. The condition that I'll put is, yeah, it's true, right? So if you don't have any particular condition to really look at, saying that, if I don't have a condition saying the termination reason should be only involuntary, right? If I don't have that, I'm going to put is true, right? That will satisfy all the conditions. I want all the employees. But if I have a condition to put in, I can put it, because it will filter out my termination events to that specific events. Sort field. yes, date and time initiated or date and time completed could be another scenario. What I'm trying to bring out, direction should be descending, basically from latest to oldest, and bring out me the first occurrence, right? The first event that has occurred here, bring me that out. What it will do is it will go to the source field in termination events, or it will basically pull all the termination events attached to the worker. Condition is true. Okay, all the conditions are true. Fine. It will sort them based on the date and time completion. Let's say the date and time completion of the termination event. It will sort them. But how do you want to sort it? I want to sort in the direction of descending. So latest to oldest. And what I'm going to point out is the first occurrence. So the latest one will be pulled out. That way you can pulling out the extract single instance. Uh, it will basically tell you how do you do it. Similar to the extract single instance, there is extract multi-instance as well. We don't have the example of the extract multi-instance, but similar to the single instance, extract multi-instance is where you are now pulling up multiple instances, right? From extract single instances, you have multi-instance field converted to a single instance. I'm reporting termination events, which are multiple in nature, pointing to that one event, which is latest. So I'm moving from multi-event to single instance as part of extract single instance. While as part of the extract multi-instance, I could be moving from multi-instance to multi-instance. I want to pull out all the employees which have expense reports under the name, right? So employee can have multiple expense reports. If employee is a single instance and expense reports are multiple events, right? I want to pull out all the expense reports which are in the category of, let's say, meals, right? So what I'll do is it has, again, the source field being expense reports, business object will be worker, condition being category of the expense as meals, sorted in the manner of date and time initiation, and instance to be returned will be let's say all instances. It will give you option of all instances. So all the instances with the category of meal for that worker will be pulled out, and it's going to be a multi-instance field.
Hi there. Do you ever feel like you are drowning in data at work? Introducing our brand new Workday Calculated Fields course. This course is designed to help you master the art of calculated fields in Workday, one of the most powerful and widely used cloud-based HR and finance software platforms. With calculated fields, you can automate complex calculations, streamline your reporting processes, and make data-driven decisions with ease. No more headaches, no more errors, and no more wasted time. In this comprehensive course, you will learn everything you need to know about calculated fields, from basic concepts to advanced techniques. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step through real-world examples, hands-on exercises, and practical tips to help you become a Workday Calculated Fields Pro. And the best part? Our course is designed to be self-paced, so you can learn at your convenience, whether you are a full-time professional or a busy student. Don't just take our word for it. Check out the testimonials from our satisfied students. They will tell you how our course has transformed their careers and helped them unlock the full potential of Workday. So, what are you waiting for? Enroll in our Workday Calculated Fields course today and take the first step towards becoming a data-driven rockstar. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
So coming back to see how things work with the lookup related value. So basically the function, we have talked about where we use lookup related values yesterday, so it's basically being used where I'm trying to pull values from another business object to the primary business object. So if I am building something on worker, and if I'm trying to pull something related to position descriptions or position as a whole, right? I have to rely on something, a function in Workday, which can allow me to drill down to the another business object. That's where the lookup related values comes into play, which allows you to basically make your calculated fields on the primary business object, which is worker, but still allow you to drill to another position restrictions as well, which is another business object. So to see this in action, try and cover the more theoretical theoretical part of things before we get the access to the tenants. So we have already seen how the business objects come into play, right? So the related business objects and the primary business objects are being synced together using the lookup related value function. So if the one example that we were looking at is moving from worker to a position restriction to find the availability date. And this is how it looks like if we go to the tenant, where the business object being worker, the lookup field is going to be position, and then we return value of position restrictions, let's say, right? Using this one, we go in and create another field. Now the lookup field will be, this one still remains worker for us because the previous one was built on the worker too. But then now lookup field will be our calculated field that we have created in the last one instance to pull out position restrictions. And the return value now will return out the exact, the correct value, whatever we really need. So in this case, if we need availability date to be the one that should be coming out, so we can choose the return value as availability date. We've already talked a little about the extract single instance as well in the last session we had. But if you want to look at what the power or what the single instance can do, right? So if I'm trying to pull out, this is the list of expenses for a worker, and basically the requirement is to fetch the latest expense report which was filed in the approved status, and what is the amount of it per se is the question, right? So this expense reports is a multi-instance field, but I have to pinpoint to a particular value where the expense report is approved, and also what is the last approved expense report as well. So in this case, all the other ones are cancelled, but I only see one which is approved, and I'll sort it in the direction of descending with looking at the occurrence being the first occurrence. And I'll put the condition saying expense report status is equals to true. So if we look at this field right here, again, the business object remains worker. The source field will become expense reports. The condition now becomes the expense report status is successfully completed or in submitted state. And then we'll have the sort field being date and time approved or completed or initiated, depends on our needs. Sort direction will be descending and the occurrence will be first. So this will give you the worker's last expense report, which is submitted in the status of completed, obviously successfully completed, and we'll pull out the last one. So when we have the instance in hand, right, we'll club it with a lookup related value calculated field. So I have the instance where in that instance when the last expense report was filed, I'll use it as part of my lookup related value calculated field. I'll put it as part of my source field and I'll extract out the value of amount from there or whatever I need from that expense report. So we basically use it in sync. You'll always find extract single instance being used with lookup related value. So the extract single instance will be used to basically point to that instance, and you use the other one, the lookup related value, to really point to that particular value as well of what we really need. So in this case, we pointed to expense report using the extract single instance, and then we are using the lookup related value to pinpoint to that particular value of amount through it. So again, there are different things that we see with, again, the last other one is extraction of multi-instance. This is basically allows you to extract specific instances which are already multi-instance in nature. So you can only extract multi-instances based on when you have multiple values associated with that instance. So one thing we have seen is already is, let's say, the expense reports, right? They're multiple in nature. So if I want to pull out all the list of expense reports attached to a worker, which are in approved status only, right? I don't want to pull out anything which is in cancel or any other status. I'll be basically creating an extract multi-instance. We don't have the example of how it looks like, but extract multi-instance basically allows you to pull out different multiple values or multiple instances, and you can really pull out the multi-instances and and you can specify conditions. In this case, right, the example that I gave, we can specify conditions as pull all the expense reports which have a status of completed, successfully submitted, really, and not canceled or draft. So you can define something like this to pull out multiple instances. If there's a single instance for a worker, it will return single instance. If it involves multiple values, it will basically pull all the multiple instances too. So another thing that is there is we don't always tends to use lookup related value if it's not required. So if you're using it for a particular reporting purposes, the related business objects are also available as part of your uh, business object field. So you can report from a primary business object to a related business object directly here as well. Lookup related values, and it's always recommended to use this way to pull out the related values and not lookup related value, because it is a performance consideration to not use to use less calculated fields, right? Because if it's readily available here, why you even create a calculated field? But if I have to point from one primary business object to another related business object to another one, right? I'm moving from 1 to 2 to 3. When the connection goes from 1 to 1 to 1 to 1 to 3, I mean, we're pointing out from an A to C rather than just A to B. That's where we have to create lookup related value, because our reporting allows only to connect to A to B, which is related of primary business object to related business object. It doesn't allow you to connect to A to C, where the related business objects are also being connected to another related business objects. So that's where we have to use lookup related value. There is no other option. Workday functionality only is allowed us to point to the related business object, which is directly attached to the primary business object. Until we get the access to the talent, I want to also discuss another topic is related to the lookup so it says change direction, but the change direction in Workday is a whole big topic where you can detect changes through filters in Workday. You can do it. You normally do it in some of the attributes and integrations, and on the calculated fields perspective, you do it using something called as lookup value as of date. So what is lookup value as of date? So as the name suggests, this function is used to look at a particular value happened at that particular time. So if I have to really see what my address was maybe 1 year back, and what is my address today, right? I can really pull that value using this function, which is lookup value as of date. So what it really does is it takes a source field and it takes effective date or an entry date. The difference between effective dates and entry dates is effective dates are basically when particular that change has been effective in Workday. An entry date is when what is the time, what is the date when this particular change has been entered into Workday. So an entry date cannot be in the past. It can always be when someone basically enters it, it will take the value automatically from a system. Whereas you can change the effective date either in the past or either in the future, or keep it in the current too. So it really depends on when you're entering it and what values you are giving as part of the effective date. So if you have to really find out what was the address of that worker effective of, let's say, start of last year, then you can really just provide a source field says home address and the effective date being either you provide a constant value or you can really provide a date field of which says first date of last year, right? First day of last year. You can create a cal field also to pull calculate field to pull this value here. What this will give you, it will give you the address of that employee as of the last year. This is where we use lookup value as of date. Again, examples that you can really consider is an employee's annual salary as of certain date. So an employee salary as of last year and employee salary as of current year will if you want to really see what was the employee salary last year, right? You can use the same thing where you define a source. Again, we are dealing with all the business objects being workers. So you'll define the source field being the salary or base pay. You look at the effective date being, again, maybe last year's value, and then you can just pull that value. If sometimes you read, and when is the entry date being used? Sometimes while creating the calculated fields, you are really focused on seeing the changes as of entry dates whenever it is entered in Workday, rather than looking at the effectiveness of it, because the entry date parameter is also being used while doing the change detection. So what is change detection and how do we do it? We'll see it here, but these are two different purposes and they're used very like head to head most of the time, because when you're looking for a change in comparison to the value that you have in the current state, you look at both things. You look at effective date also and you look at the entry date also. So if both of them are satisfied and if the value has really changed either on the effective date or either on the entry date, you consider that as a change. And if a change detected, you basically report it using a report. Several other examples being looking at when the contract end date of a contingent worker was changed. So if end date of a contractor has been changed in Workday and you want to report on when it was changed, you can basically pull this particular effective date field and just report on it saying when was the contract end that was changed for that worker, and if it really changed, bring out those set of employees. So as part of my filters and reports, I can really put a condition saying Workers contract date as of last year is not equals to current contract end date. So if it doesn't match, you will have all the set of employees whose contract end date has been changed from last year till today. This will give you a whole list of people in your reports. So that's how you use it as part of the change direction, where you are looking at 2 points in time. One is the past dated value, and then the other one is looking at the current value. Today versus yesterday is an example. We use it all the time while using it as part of the integrations, where you compare yesterday's values with today's value and bring out the set of employees, that who are the employees whose value has changed from yesterday till today. This moment was milliseconds ago. So if there's a change in the value, give me that value. Again, this is how you really use lookup value as of date to look at a data from one point to another point. If you really want to look at the certain values using the snapshots in Workday, if I say so, you can use this particular function to look at that. So how does this change detection works, right? As I said, you can use it to bring out the changes in worker, either using the true and false conditions or directly using it as part of your filters and reports. So how does true and false condition we can use? So we are looking at the compensation grade change of a worker. If I have to bring out set of employees who are going to have a compensation grade change going forward, I'm going to take two fields here, which is compensation grade current and compensation grade proposed. If these two doesn't match, then I have a change in my compensation grade for these set of employees. You can use this directly as part of this field, directly as part of your filters or as part of your report fields, and it will give you a yes and a no. So if employees with yes being compensation grade change, it will be have we'll have all the set of employees will be receiving some comp grade changes going forward. Whatever this particular field will do is it will look at the compensation grade current and the compensation grade proposed if exist, right, for that worker. The compensation grade proposed is also a delivered field in Workday. And what it does is, or it could be, and again, you can create these field as well, but compensation grade proposed is a delivered field in Workday, and it will only provide a yes and no that this particular comp grade has changed for a worker. If you want to pinpoint to that event, and the reason of why there is a comp grade change, you have to really build out the extract single instance. On the extract single instance, take business process transactions as one of the criteria source field and put a condition saying, uh, basically look at the business process transactions where the comp grade has been changed from A to B, right? From current to proposed, and that pull that particular transaction. Then pull that transaction in your LRV lookup related value and pull out the integration event name. Using that LRV, you can put it directly into your report to see as part of the last transaction that has happened, which has triggered the comp grade change. What was that transaction like, right? That way you can really go deep into that particular thing about what has caused that comp grade change to happen. So you know exactly what I was talking as well. So there you can report on business process events and business process transactions, right? So here you see business process transactions, or there is a delivered field also. If we are talking about compensation change, right? So you can have some source field that is called as compensation events for a worker. something along the same lines. So you can directly report on, basically create your calculated fields based uh, on the compensation events as well, to really extract out what really caused that employees comp grade hike or comp grade change. Um, so if the reason of telling you a data source being this is very specific to um, basically look at what data source we have. Uh, so there are a lot of while working with change detection, you really look at the transactions as a whole to find out uh, which transaction has made a change to a worker's data, or which transaction has made a change. So an employee's transaction uh, has happened to a worker event, right? So that we have to look at all the worker events first to find out what has changed it. So you have to report on events to find out what has changed. So you can write a particular reports on a business object such as worker, and then using worker you can report on its com change events to really see what data it has. So the com change event in future will give you the proposed values, and the current value will be driven by what values you already exist. So you can really compare the proposed and the current to find out if the change is there in or not. And if the event occurs is basically exists, then there's a 99% of possibility having changes to the employees grades or compensations, or you know uh, all the other data as well. uh, so as I was saying, right, it's not always important to create the proposed and the current values as well. You sometimes don't have to really use uh, sometimes you really don't have to use the calculated field to report on chain detection. So the background check current is there, and background check proposed is also there, right? Um, so and it's there for a lot of things. So if I'm reporting on the base pay change, the salary changes, so base pay change is already there, but there is also a delivered field called base pay proposed. So instead of, I think the first direction and the recommended way to always do it, to look at what is delivered in Workday rather than going about creating those fields. Um, proposed will give you what's basically in the background. It goes to the employee's compensation event and tries and look at the future effective base pay of that worker, right? This is what base pay proposed does. Base pay current will give you the value as of current date, and base pay proposed will give you the value of the base pay from the future employee compensation event, future effective compensation event. And now you can use your true and false conditions to really find out if the base pay proposed is not equals to base pay current. If that's the case, bring me the set of employees, right? Or bring me or just report on being seen, yes. Again, you can really look at what change direction and how change direction works using the delivered fields. But if it's not delivered, and if you have a very special scenario where you're looking at not proposed but value in the past, then I think that's where we'll always be relying on lookup value as of date to find out those values. But if you're really specific to just looking at changes in the future and the future events, then these fields, right, the proposed fields are your way to go. I mean, you don't have to create any extra fields in Workday or any other extra fields to really see if they are going to be making an impact or not, right? Uh, just try logging one more time if you can get the attendance running. Okay, never mind. I actually have to spend time today to really show you what, in practicality how things work. But now we have 3 agendas when we meet next, right? I was hoping to finish most of it today so that we can spend some time just on the Q question and the answers and doing things in the next session. But as part of the next session, what we'll be doing is we're going to see the 4 fields that we have discussed. Really is the lookup related value field, the extract single instant, the extract multi-instant, and then lookup value as of date. These are the 4 fields we have to see in action before we really conclude on the most used and widely used functions of calculated fields.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. If you want to concatenate multiple field values into a single string in a calculated field, which function would you use? Option A, concat. Option B, join. Option C, combine. Option D, string underscore concat. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
So first and foremost about business objects is, if you consider a business object like a tree, every single field in Workday currently is attached to a business object. And when it comes to what we mean by primary business object and related business object, primary business objects are the objects which we primarily use while creating a report. And that actually means that most of our fields and most of our data will be driven through that primary business object. Saying that, since the data in Workday is driven through business objects, every business object is somehow related to another business object. So if business object A is related to business object B, we call that the business object B is a related business object of the primary business object A. And this is the one-to-one connection that we'll see to basically pull out the data. Now, if and not every business object is basically matched to the primary business object, but there's a possibility that there could be a connection between the business object B and the new business object C, right? So we still can build a relation between A and C, which currently do not have any direct. Okay, I'll it's still solving, but I'll just try and say that the primary business object and the secondary business objects are basically coming into play where you have multiple when you're dealing with multiple business objects, and if any business object is not related to another business object, then you will basically be building that relation through the calculated fields. I really want to get into tenant today. I don't know. This is frustrating. So what I'll do is maybe I'll just have to log into my personal tenants, which is not allowed, but I don't see an option now. There is a limitation that comes with every field type. Okay. If you'll try and pull, let's say if I'm using a lookup related value, it will only going to give me a it's going to only have a source field as a single instance. It can't have the multiple instances there. So if you want to really pull values from if you want to really match 2 business objects, you have to make sure that what you're dealing with as a source field should always be a single instance. I should be pointing out to a single instance, not multiple instance. And that's the that's the the critical part. If you're gonna build a report, you'll not see all the fields there. It's because some of the fields doesn't allow, some of the, let's say some of the fields like multi-instances field or some of the currency fields are not uh, basically uh, uh, provided by Workday to be really, we can make a related object out of it. To see it in action, I'll just pull up my tenant really quick, right? I don't wanna. So what we'll be doing here is we're gonna try and build some calculated fields using the primary business objects, and the first one will be the lookability value. Um, so what we really do is we go to this again, the task call of create calculated field. So we'll just look at the example that was provided as part of pulling up data from the worker being the business object, and then I'm trying to pull the availability data of the position, right? So yeah, so if I'm trying to pull that, right, so what I'm trying to do here is and so here the primary business object that I'm dealing is the worker. So I'll take the object as worker, because again, the new fields that I have to build upon should always be reflecting back to worker as a whole, right, and not other fields. So I'm now looking at the function called and the field that I'm currently looking at is probably the position. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so position is the field that I'm looking at, and let's see, and this is I'm looking at the position restriction which is attached to that particular. You can actually look at this is the self-refreshing instead, right? This is great. You can actually, so if there are two options, right, that you are looking at, which is uh, the report field, I think the best way to always look at is looking at the description. So the always prefer the one which is the self-referencing instance, because self-reference means you are referencing to the field which is directly attached to the to that particular source field that we're looking at. If you look at the description of this one, it says that it is if the it only basically pull up when the job type is basically position management and not any other. So which we don't want, right? We want, why do we restrict at the base level itself? So what it really does is it gives me a position restrictions as part of. So currently I'm gonna I'm pointing from particularly worker position, worker to position, and then from position I'm trying to pull out the position restrictions from here. Let's see what I can do to pull out the value of availability date. So worker is a primary object and related object is position. So I'm now, the first step I've done is I have just pulled out value from worker to my related business object. Now I'm moving to the second one where I'm going to use this field, the actual value that I want, which is the availability date. Let's see how it just comes into action. So this is gonna be my second field where I'm gonna basically use my initial field to really. You can use these shortcuts like which is called LRV, really popular this. Yeah, this is being coming up here now because this is built on the worker too. And now as you see, the related business object here is position restrictions. So we have somehow really managed to get from point A to point C because point B was related to point C. We were related to point B as well, right? As part of this whole process. So to move to point A to C, you have to really basically make that connection between A and B and C at the part. So now I think I can really, what I can do is I can pull out my availability date from here. I can again use this field directly into my reporting purposes or anywhere I want. The whole purpose really was to, this is what we did. We moved from worker to position restrictions. And now I can actually pull it any of the fields that I want. Available for recruiting, is it a critical job? All these other things as well. You actually can, these are what we are seeing here is the language, right? Language is directly being a part of worker, because worker language thing is always connected to worker as directly as an object, right? So this is something which is fine, but I think the main complexity comes in when you have to really go to point C. Uh, so this is one to one, this is one to many, right? How does it one to many is because you will see that um, language have multi-instances field, right? A person can enter multi-instance fields here. So the relation between worker and language is one to many, not
Okay.
one to one.
Yes.
Whereas the worker, only one position can be attached to a worker. This relation is one to one. Yeah. So when there is one to many relationships, you will see that you will have access to pull out the multiple values as well as part of this connection. But what you will also see is, let me see, let me just tell you very quickly. If you really want to pull out multi-instance, right? Um, extract multi-instance is what we are going to use. So if I have to go here and just see if I can pull out a language, but let's see. It might just give me the access to pull out a primary language or something, but let's see. But it doesn't tell us me this again, this just only points to single instances, doesn't points to the multi-instance. So if a worker has a multiple values, this whole thing fails. I can't really reflect to the multi-instance field. That's when I think you have to pull out the values based on either the extracting multi-instances. I mean, that's the only option. Lookup value as of date is not a good option, because then we have to always specify a particular date to look upon as well. So it's not the best way, because we are still looking at the source field anyways, right? So why use the lookup value as of date? Because then I can directly pull my values in a report itself rather than going with that approach, right? Lookup value as of date doesn't give you an option to go to that related business object. It is always being pointing the values to your primary business object itself. Saying that, if I'll try and just tell you that like a value as of date. Oops. Oops. Oh, what I'm doing. The business object I'm going to look at is again worker. It's going to be a date languages, let's say. So you see here, what it really just asks you is a source field. So if it's only asking for a source field, the values that I'm going to pull here is directly from the worker. So if we are only dealing with the values which is on the primary business object, why do we even have to create this? We can directly pull this as in the report itself. The objective of having this so basically what we can usually use to have this use this lookup value as of date is to look up a value in the past or in the future. And so if I'll just go here and look at languages. So you'll see you have different options that is coming up for language, because language is a multi-instance field, right? A worker can enter multiple language. Language is another option. Language is directly attached to the worker, and this is the best way to do it. So look at the description. This is attached to a candidate. We don't want the candidate languages. We want the languages which is attached to the worker bio. Always look at the description to really pull out the right value. And then I want to pull out the languages that the worker has entered as of his hire date, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go to hire date. And oops. And I'm going to look at this description again. Workers most recent hire. This is perfect. And so this value from here, I'm just looking at lookup value of languages effective of the hire date of this employee. This is what it says. And What it really does is it basically tells you to look at a particular source field value um, in the past, and that way you can obviously use this to really extract values and compare it with the values in the present or future as well, right? So that's the use of it. Will you look at it once move on? But I want to talk about something very important again, is which is extract single instances. Uh, and we're going to take the example of uh, a termination event which is voluntary in nature, let's say, right? So have to really go back and look at a particular instance where I have to really find out workers who have, let's say, made an voluntary exit in the you know, last year or something. Whoever has been made a termination, voluntary exit to the organization, give me that list, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to the extract single instance here, which is and I'm going to create ESI, which is on worker voluntary exit. Okay. The source field that I'm looking at here is termination events. Let's see what it gives me. Let's look at by termination first. Uh, termination history approved. This is great. What it does is contains approved termination transactions of the worker. That's what I need, right? Whatever the termination history is there for the worker, give me all those history. Remember, this also might give me termination history which is in future, right? Future affected also. So if it matters to you, it's fine. If it doesn't, if you don't want that, upcoming terminations to be pulled up, you can define a condition saying that termination effective date should be less than current effective date or today's, right? So that way you're only going to point out those events which are before before the effective date of today, and you'll be pointing out the that only, right? So condition that, and that's going to be, I'm going to building out another one is the conditions are going to be always true and false. We have this in um, state of voluntary access. So what I'm going to build is true and false, termination reason, term reason is voluntary. Terminations are right up to worker, and we have to oh yeah, and the function that I'm going to use is true and false. So let's say term reason, well, or term reason, right? So primary reason of the worker's last termination doesn't include future date determinations of the rehire and next. Yeah, this is good. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to choose this one. I'm gonna look at this is a text field, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna look at equals to. I'm going to compare it with the. There are two options you you'll see, right? Value from another field or value specified. You can specify the particular text directly by typing it, or you can just look at from another field. Okay. Uh, I don't think it's a great field again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the other field. If this particular whole thing is voluntary or not voluntary. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an AND condition after this, which will basically say termination, effective date, termination date should be less than the today or current effective date. So the termination reason again, I'm trying to pull through the reasons available rather than typing it out here, to be honest. So you see, this is the field that we can use. Primary termination reason. This is much better field because I can directly select using when there's a single instance field. So if it's a text field or if it's other field, I have to type it down all the time, what reason I'm looking at. But when I'm dealing with single instances, Workday gives me an option to type them, or basically use that, right? Uh, so termination, voluntary, these are all voluntary reasons to get terminated, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put Control A, select all of them. I'm going to go to end contract again, go to the voluntary again. Yeah, this is all I need. Okay. Another condition that we'll put here is that you just mentioned as well is termination date. Workforce planning tracker, maybe not. Termination date on worker, effective date of the workers, that does include, though this particular field will not include the termination date, but let's look at the other one. I think this should be fine. We are not dealing with future termination dates as well. What it should be, it's less than or equals to. So when you see this value specified in this filter will basically ask you to specify a field, but we don't have the value. We want to pull it real time, right? So what I'm going to do is value from another field, and I'm going to, let's say today. Yeah. So you see, we have created a condition here and it's directly being pulled as part of this condition. The sort field that I'm looking at is sorted based on the effective date, right? So because we want the termination events to be sorted in the basis of effective date, that whichever is effective at the top should be coming at the top, and then moving down to the bottom. So if I've specified now coming to the sorting, right? Currently it says ascending and pull the first instance. So what we mean by ascending is pulling it from the start, the first to get to the bottom. But what we need is we need the last and then go to the bottom. So if I have to really look at the most latest one, we'll choose the sort direction being descending from Z to A and pull the one which is first occurrence. If you do the last occurrence, it will go at the one which is A here, right? And if you want to just look at the specific ones, like pull the one which is second instance, third instance, fourth instance, I can choose this and specify that as well. If I'll just specify one here, right? It means the same as the first occurrence. This is again same. If I'll choose this one or specific occurrence and click, just type it one. I'm doing the same thing. So I'm going to stick to just first occurrence here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just click OK. Oh, I'm glad this came, right? So you see, we have an error here. And I'm going to tell you why this error came. So this is there because the condition we have created, right? So if you look, firstly, I mean, great that we are coming to this, but you see, this is highlighted in red here. So the problem is with the condition field, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this field up. So if you look at this old field, right, we have created this on the business object of worker. But while creating this extract single instance, the condition here should be, so condition is, we are creating condition for the source field of termination history approved, right? This termination history approved is the coming from the business object termination event. So your condition can't look at the worker business object of worker because this condition is being made for the source field, not for this field. Not building it for the worker voluntary exit. We are making a condition to pull out the correct termination event from the source field of termination history approved. So your business object should be made on the termination event and not worker. That's why the error came. It doesn't matter anymore what the business object is while we're creating the condition, because as I said, we are creating a condition for the source field and not for the field that we are creating. And source field is on termination event and not on worker. So what we're going to do is we're going to create condition again. Um, I'm going to, let's say, copy the text here. I'm going to just type in new. The business object now again is going to be termination event here. And I'm dealing with true and false. Okay. I'm going to try and pull the same values again. Let's see if it comes up. Sometimes it doesn't, right? Sometimes you have to create another calculated field to bring a value even here on these fields, right? These fields accept calculated fields as well. Let's say if the primary termination reason is not available as part of this particular field, then I have to create some calculated fields to really bring out the value that I want. In the selection list, comparison, yeah, we don't want it from the other field. By type, subcategory. Oh, it doesn't allow me. Okay. So I'm going to type voluntary here. Let's say. It doesn't give me that option here. Okay. So I have to really look at what's the voluntary here then. These are all involuntary and voluntary. So I'm going to just choose all of them. You can maybe ignore the inactive ones as well, but I'm selecting them because in the future, if they get active, right, I don't have to go back and change and choose my fields again. So these are all voluntary. Oh, there are too many. I'm just going to click OK. Oh, and I have not selected the date reason, but I think you can just quickly do it by go to the edit, click the add, and I'm going to do termination date. I think we can choose the worst one, which is termination date as per the compensation, which is fine, right? And what we're gonna do is it's less than or equals to. I'm gonna take this value of this. I'm gonna take today here. Global, that's one I prefer. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna click OK. I'm gonna go back to my field where I'm gonna select this one. I'm trying clicking OK now. Let's see. So what I've done here is now it's accepted. So what I've done here as a change is I've put a condition which is built on the related business object rather than doing it from the business object, because we are building a condition for the related business object and not on the for the business object. Another cal field which is again very important to look at is the extract multi-instance too, and we have seen that with extract multi-instance that you'll basically have a lot of things to be pulled upon when we look at the extract multi-instance. Uh, so extract multi-instance are used where you want to specifically use uh, to pull multi-instance fields, because what we have seen so far is LRV is mostly being out of single instances. ESI is normally being pulling up values which are going to give me a single instance. But if to really deal with calculated fields where I want to pull out multiple instances and want to return multiple instances, that's where the single so multi-instance fields comes into play. Um, one examples that I can really look at. Uh, and before we actually get to the multi-instance field, I want to really talk to you about the type here. So when you create the multi-instance field, so you can go here and say um, worker extract multi-instance, and let's say example here, and I'm going to pull it in from worker, and the function that I'm dealing with is EMI. So as you create the extract multi-instance, you will see this is called operation type here, right? So you have uh, around four operation type that we deal with, starting from except, intersection, subset, and union. And I'll try and explain all of them. The subset is when I'm dealing with a particular, field, right? This is my object, but I'm only trying to pull out workers in the organization. But I want to really pull out workers who have the high potential and not all. Okay, that's where the subset comes in. That pull out values uh, which uh, which are based on conditions. So workers, let's say example, but I'm going to put a condition here. Pull employees who were hired after 1/1/2010. So what I'm trying to do is, from the huge set of workers, give me the subset of employees which have a higher date of greater than, 1/1/2010. That's where the subset comes in. And the intersection is when we are trying and blending with two sources of data. Okay, I am trying to basically find employees. This is a good example. I'm trying to find employees which were there with, which are there now, but which were there 1 year ago as well. Okay, so one source is workers, another source could be I'm dealing with all the workers which are there, right? And another source is active employees, let's say. Oh, sorry, this is not all the would be the active employees. We don't have any other but recent hires, let's say. What source I can look at? So exactly what I'm trying to do. The new hires is good example, but do we have it here or not is something I'm not sure. Oh, but we can put it people who are worker manager, right? This is a calculated field. Okay, this is not a oops workers manager. I was looking at the law. Hmm. Nice. So I can get an example. I'm dealing with workers again. And sorry, workers, not worker. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a condition here saying of is manager. Just getting this top of that. Now, if you look at this field, right? If I can get something to define, but this is a huge set here. Source is huge set, right? Workers, all workers here. Okay.
Yes.
And the second one is out of all the workers, the condition is if that worker is a manager or not. I'm dealing with a small set. Okay. So what it really tells me is workers who, it will give me all the workers who are basically have an intersection. All the values which are going to be common between them will be pulled down. Better example would be hired after, let's say, yeah, okay, I can take it this one. Okay, this is a condition. Okay, here hired date is greater than 6/30/2013. Okay, first set is employees hired after 6/20/2013. The set is workers who are managers. So what will give me? It will give me all the workers who were hired after 6/3/2013, and also who are managers here right now. We can use intersection to really look at two data sets and pull out the values from here. What the other set is the subset. Subset is we have already seen.
Yep.
We're going to look at the except. Except is again we have I have two sources again, source 1 and source 2. Dealing with this again. So if I have the same example, right? In the same example, I'm going to subtract the values from the source 1 to the source 2. What it's going to give me is all set of employees who were hired after 6/30/2013 but are not managers. Except works that way, and the union is the combination. Union is a set of employees which are hired after 6/2013, all the employees and all the employees who are managers currently. Give me the whole set. Give me the whole set of employees from there. So this is where you can use the extract multi-instance to pull out different values based on your condition, and then you can definitely use it for a bigger purposes of using it, in the downstream as part of the extract single instance from this set that I'm getting here, right? I can use this field to pull out any specific event also. The last event could be, right, to look at what event has occurred. So we use it for a bigger purposes. Normally I've seen that subset is something that you will use most of the time, where you want to pull out a particular multi-instance field and you want to have this particular condition. I normally see I have conditions being used as is true. So if you use is true, right, or any is true, it will give you the whole set. So we'll use it again for solving a bigger purpose, and not strict basically only to create this and use as part of reports. Extract multi-instances are used to basically be pulled into ESIs, extract single instances, and then used further down for its purpose of using it somewhere else. Another topic is again basically looking at I'm going to create a real quick report to tell you where you have to create a cal field and where you do not have to. Okay, so if I'm just gonna create a report real quick, right? I'm going to take HCM for reporting here again. And what I'm looking at here is workers for HCM reporting, the data source filter being all active workers. So I'm going to pull worker here, right? Let's say. So in the last example, what we have seen is we are pulling the point from going from point A to point B using the LRV, right?
Yes.
But if we are only going to point B, right? Somehow even don't need to have create cal fields because the business object here, right? It's a drop down list. You can really look at all the fields, mostly all of them will be coming up here. So you can use them to go to those values again. The position is what I was looking at, right? Position is here. I can pull this. And if I'm only trying to pull values which are from A to B, right? Why do we even have to create it? I'm fine to pull out the position restriction. But is position restriction available here to pull out the availability date? Let's see. It's not. That is where we have to use lookup related values. But if you're only going to point out your values from point A to B, don't use the calculated fields at all. Where the performance consideration kicks in. Use the fields and use the business objects which are there directly there on the report, because that makes the life easy, and it also have a lot of performance upgradation to. I mean, it doesn't affect your whole report runtime as a whole too. I mean, you will obviously want the reports to run more quicker rather than slow. So if it's just pointing them from point A to point B, first ways to just try and look at. But as many fields you will create here, right? It will keep coming at here. So if you create calculated fields on accounting work tag, it will be basically be coming up here as well. Let's look at the real difference between links to and links from. If you'll really, have to find out what fields I can use, right? This is the time to go about and view the business objects. Okay. I can point to from expense report to expense report. It's a one-to-one relation. Okay. I can report from expense reports to expense report line, either one-to-one or a one-to-many. This is business expense reports. I can build out fields. I can pull out values from expense report to this one. From is basically, this is where the from kicks in. Sorry, this is where how can I can use expense from the job applications. Let's say I can pull out the values of expense report associated with job application, right? I'm looking at the job application. So I can pull out the value, the expense report business object from job application using this field. Okay. So links from will basically give you the from where I can point to this business object. If I'm working with this job applications today, okay, and I have to somehow point to expense report, what field I have to use? You have to use the field called expense report associated with job application. The links to related to business object is how can I point to a particular business object from expense report to other ones. This is the right way to look at it. So if you are moving from point A to C, this will not tell you that I have attached, in the example that we have seen, that I'm not attaching worker to, oh, this is open now, right? So we have recently attached what position restriction to worker, but is position restrictions coming here? It is not, right? Okay, this is position restrictions, right? So if I look at this field, these are all the fields which are available. So if I try and file availability date, but it will give you the that calculated field which is built on worker. It will not give you the availability date as a whole, but it will give you that calculated fields we have built on worker, right? These are the two ones that we have built. So these two are coming up because they are based on the worker with subjects. Position restrictions is created as we have built out that A to Z relationship. If you really have to, look at what is already there in the tenant, then you can, and if that relation is already exists or not, you can directly just search it out for that business objects from here. So if I'm trying to find if I'm attached to any of the general lines, I am not. This is a different module in itself. Any of the expense reports, yes, you are directly attached to expense report, a worker's expense report. So what you should do is go to the end field. Okay, so if your end field is, let's say, availability date, right? Let's look at the example. I'm going to look at the availability date here. Availability date is my thing. I'm going to look at here and see what business object it relates to, right? It relates to position and job staffing models. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to find the relation I'm going to look at the from fields. And I'm going to look at if it's directly related to worker. I'm trying to pull that from the worker itself. I'm going to go to the other one. Worker is here, right? And how is it pointing out? It is pointing out through different cal fields already existing. Additional jobs, all positions. These are all positions and jobs. They're all pointing to this field. So that way I can build out a particular field on worker, taking the field as all positions and job, and then pull out my value of availability date.
Hi there. Do you ever feel like you are drowning in data at work? Introducing our brand new Workday Calculated Fields course. This course is designed to help you master the art of calculated fields in Workday, one of the most powerful and widely used cloud-based HR and finance software platforms. With calculated fields, you can automate complex calculations, streamline your reporting processes, and make data-driven decisions with ease. No more headaches, no more errors, and no more wasted time. In this comprehensive course, you will learn everything you need to know about calculated fields, from basic concepts to advanced techniques. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step through real-world examples, hands-on exercises, and practical tips to help you become a Workday Calculated Fields Pro. And the best part? Our course is designed to be self-paced, so you can learn at your convenience, whether you are a full-time professional or a busy student. Don't just take our word for it. Check out the testimonials from our satisfied students. They will tell you how our course has transformed their careers and helped them unlock the full potential of Workday. So, what are you waiting for? Enroll in our Workday Calculated Fields course today and take the first step towards becoming a data-driven rockstar. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.